Welcome, folks, one and all, to the 4-job Fiesta Final Fantasy V for the year 2024. How's everyone doing today? Today we will hopefully be breaking this game wide open. This is, 5. I don't want to say it's my favorite Final Fantasy V, but it's the one I've played the second most, because I can say that. Third most, let's be honest, because 14's up there. 14 exists, so I play a lot of 14, but 5 here, there's a certain level of nostalgia and just stupid things you can do with this game that the Pixel Remaster here has kept mostly intact, I believe. Anyway, for those who don't know what the 4-job Fiesta is, there are 4 crystals. This is the second Final Fantasy game. We'll start the story going. So, this is the second Final Fantasy game with the job system. And not all jobs are created equal. However, you unlock the jobs at the 4 crystals. You unlock a set of jobs there. What the Fiesta does, and specifically this type, is I get picked a random class from any of the crystals. Doesn't matter if it's unlocked. It could be the 4th crystal. It could be a 4th crystal job right off the bat. And that gets assigned to me. And that happens at each of the 4 crystals, meaning I'll have 4 jobs. By the time we get to 4 crystals, it could be any of them. Moreover, this is what it's called a berserker risk run. Meaning that I could end up with multiple berserkers. And that has happened. In the past, we have done a triple berserker black mage run. That was a complicated run. Then that one was on the Game Boy. We don't talk about how that happened, how that worked. But, so there's a chance of multiple berserkers, which is a class you really, really don't want a lot of, but you could have many of. If anyone can tell me how the audio balance is, I think that needs to come down a little bit, the game audio, a little bit. But, regardless, Final Fantasy V. So we're going to end up with 4 jobs, 4 random jobs. That's the only jobs I can use at all. And I believe Freelancer is included. Freelancer and Mime are both included in there. And there's a thing with that one. But, this can get very interesting very quickly, depending on what we get. The one thing about these Pixel Remasters that's really nice, you see that beautiful water texture. That is a substantial upgrade from what was originally there. As with various lightings and things. You also see that this is using the more classic font of 5. Rather than the more squashed modern one. It's an aesthetic thing. But while we get this going, there's story going on. Now, Final Fantasy V doesn't take its story super seriously, but there is a lot of reveals and twists that we'll have to see as we go along. So if this is your first time seeing Final Fantasy V, God, that break animation is just so beautiful. Anyway, Final Fantasy V. This is an interesting way to experience it, because we'll get to see all the wonderful things you can do to break this game, and you can break this game pretty hard. Unlike a lot of Final Fantasy games, especially of this time period, because 4 didn't have this kind of thing, 3 didn't have this type of thing, 3 was a much more rigid job system, and 6 didn't have their bosses be as... Ooh, God, that meteor. Anyway, the bosses are have unusual weaknesses. Several of them are instant deathable, which we may or may not be able to exploit depending on what we have at the time. But we'll be talking a bit more about that as we go along. We have finally reached the beginning. Thank you. Not that. I did not want to hit that button. And here we are, Final Fantasy V. Diagonals! I can diagonal! Yeah, you couldn't diagonal in the overworld. I'm sorry, I love my diagonals. Whee! Anyway. We are... There we are. A basic, unknown person with his chocobo. God, those cloud effects. And we have running automatically unlocked. We can be fast. Which we should be. There's a lot of little quality of life things that they've done. I'm actually not sure if I've got active battle or wait battle turned on. I should check that because that's going to be very important. Ooh, free leather cap. Lena. And this character, he's always Bart's. Really? Wow. You have to use your keyboard for that. That's an unusual choice there for controls. We are Barts. Always are Barts. Just a wanderer. A man who wanders. Move our chat over. Yeah, let's put you there. And put you in there. There we go. There. Now we've got some more collapsed things. Yep. Massive meteorite. One thing I will appreciate that Square Enix has done with these Pixel remasters, especially of these later games, it's just the graphics that have been slightly changed. You can see the sprites are more or less exactly as they were, a little bit more smooth. But look at that background. Let me tell you, that meteorite has never looked better. Same thing with the ground here. I mean, look at that meteor. Also free Phoenix down. Little secrets like that. Yeah, that meteorite has never looked better. Just some small quality of life things. An old man. No idea who he is. Galuf. Name is everything. His memory is completely blank. Well, it looks like he almost got squashed by that meteor, so... Wind Shrine. Oh. And Galuf has remembered he needs to go there too. And being the old gentleman... Relatively. I mean, the sprite doesn't look it. But if you look up the actual Amano art... Well, you'll see everyone's a pale ghost, because that's how Amano draws people. But Galuf is an old man. I think I've seen these. Let's see, Kryle's his granddaughter at 16? No. Like 14. And, he's like in his 50s. Regardless, they've taken off. We're heading elsewhere. We couldn't head north if we wanted to. So I guess we're just heading in this general vicinity. Basically the same direction they were going. Stupid chocobo. Boko, our chocobo. Chocobos are very smart. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Battle speed fast. Active battle mode. Battle messages fast. Cursor memory on. Default speed run. Re-equip optimal. Graphic style. Classic. Classic. We'll be bouncing the music back and forth. Now, here's a thing we can do that we'll mess with possibly later, depending on how many berserkers we get. This was something they added with the console releases of the Pixel Remasters. That was specifically for the consoles, and it took them like 6 months to port this bit over. We can go and adjust our XP up to 4 times, or turn it all off. That is going to be important later. Because like I said, if we get berserkers basically are only viable, especially if we get a lot of berserkers, they're really only viable at high levels. Might as well auto-battle a couple of these early ones. It's not like we have got any abilities. Oh, pick them both up and leap some more gaps. Chocobos are funny like that. Ah, the silly old man, Galuf. His dad wanted him to travel around the world. And Galuf is surprisingly resilient for being a quote-unquote old man. Who's probably no older than his 60s. I swear he's like 56. I'd have to look it up on the wiki. Or a wiki. And we could do that, but there's really not a lot of reason to. Most of these characters are like early teens. You know, well, late teens, actually. I think Kryle's the youngest at like 14, maybe 15. Definitely looks a lot younger, but that's beside the point. And a cave. "11 sleeps till dawn trail." On Discord. Yes! Free dash. Spring. Oh, back attack from crabs. Double crabs. Poor Galif. He has only his fists. Yeah, poor Galif. Let's check our equipments real quick. Broadsword, knife, and literally nothing. Let's put the hat on the man with no other equipment. It'll keep him alive a little bit. Whoa. Stroppers. Though, as we can see, barehanded is viable. It's a viable strategy, believe it or not. Mostly because Monk exists. Look at the teeth on that hidden door. And bats. Hey, a second leather cap. Put that on the other not so well equipped person. I mean, knives are perfectly viable. Thief exists for multiple reasons. But swords are just slightly stronger at the moment. That's a ship. How can it sail? With no wind. Confused. Confused party continues forward. Ah, they've almost reached another level. It's a shame they're not gonna get it. Pirates. One thing that this Final Fantasy did that you'll see in 6 is the expressiveness of the sprites is significantly increased from like where it was on 4. And that's something you see in 6 a little bit. A lot of that expressiveness exists in their bigger sprites. Because they were double height sprites in 6. Which 5 also did some experimenting on double height sprites as well. But we'll see that a little bit later. I do have a goal for the day, though, how far I want us to get. I want us to see if we can get at least to Sandworm. Preferably, I'd like to complete all of World 1 today, and I wanted to get this started yesterday, but unfortunately the Fiesta did not begin until 8 p.m. I thought it was going to start in the morning. Oh yeah, Lena's the princess, and she didn't tell anybody. Piratey pirate. Bart has a way with words. Shiny pendant there. Still not sure why she slipped out on her own. I mean, theoretically, the Tycoon Castle has an army, or at least a set of guards. You think they'd be able to send someone along. Also, that necklace. Very important. Ferris has one, too. Intriguing. What does he want them to do? Don't worry, we will be making a save at the end of all of this, to where future Fiestas won't have this long, boring intro that is required of the game. But this also means we miss all this wonderful characterization. Zilda. Zildra. Zildra. The water dragon. Beautiful beast, really, she is. And we're off to our first boss. Well, first dungeon specifically. First dungeon specifically. Now, Tool, where we wanted to go to initially, is all the way over here. That's a town. We could go there. We have no reason to at the moment. God, this water looks so good. Yes, triple. I think I was running a berserker test run a few years ago. That's what all these were. A mostly berserker monk. It's only got that far. So we'll overwrite this one here. And then we go in. Wind Shrine, first floor. First important thing, the Chancellor is up here with a bunch of scholars. Which means Lena wasn't the first one to come up here, which makes you wonder how they made it up themselves. Oh, you know, I don't know how they made their way up here. Because the king clearly went alone, except these guys are here. So that just doesn't make any sense. Free potions. This mini-map is very useful. Might as well leave auto battle turned on. That's right, Fair starts out at level 3. Same level as Bart's. Let's see, and I always forget that our exact direction to go. But things don't hurt that badly in here. Right, because you get your third leather cap. See, Ferris starts with a shield. And we can already see, if you look at the stats, you can already see a bit of a differentiation between the characters. Just a little bit to add that little bit of flavor. These characters are pretty much interchangeable. I mean, they can play any job. But it's just the small things like that that have that slight level of differentiation. Like health. You know, small things like that, because they're all currently freelancers. Hidden passage. Because there's a free broadsword. Galuf now has actually has a sword. Mold winds. Oh, what? Was that what I thought those were? Oh my god, I didn't realize those things drop elixirs. That is, I think, a rare drop. That's not normal. We are missing a chest somewhere. Where is that? Oh, I know where it is. A little bit more XP never hurts either. I think it's beyond the boss, actually. Yeah, it's beyond the boss. That's what it is. Speaking of, we have boss. The first boss. Wing Raptor. He is 250 health, and is the first one to teach you about the active battle system. Same thing that happens in Final Fantasy VI with the snail happens here. He changes forms. This is why you wanted the active battle system. Now we have to wait him out. So he's, yes, Breathwing. That is going to hurt a little bit. But not that much. That is the first boss. And almost the first job. Now, the thing about Final Fantasy V that makes it balanced is enemies, bosses, do not give you any XP, APB, or gil. They give you items. Some give you AP, but not many. Yes, there it is. They do have a couple of potions that are in need of use, just in case. I always forget how to access that. and a staff. At the very least, that'll be money. I am so concerned. The crystal, it has shattered. What did we get? Oh. Oh. I see how we're going to begin this fiesta. Worker stay freelancer. For the foreseeable future. Look at that. That just looks so good. Our first job is a geomancer, which is a little... I want to say geo is a... Let's actually look that up. I have the wiki here, so I can look these up pretty easily. Geomancer is a fire crystal. So we have... I'm gonna spoil the exact specifics. That is the third crystal. So we have to the third crystal to be able to use our first job. Now, because we can't use any of the other jobs, we're going to have to stay as freelancer till the next crystal. The Warriors of Light. An evil. The Warriors of Light. I don't know why there's 6 of them, because you only unlock 4 jobs. Knight, Monk, Blue Mage, Thief, Black Mage. Okay, there we do unlock 6. My bad, I've forgotten. You are correct, Galuf. I kinda wasted those potions, but potions are relatively cheap. And it's not like we have a ton of equipment we need to worry about. And now this Chocobo wants to introduce us to the job system. No. Goodbye, Chocobo. We do not need you. And now we can save. And wow, that was unexpected. Now, ideally we want to head towards the water crystal. And you would come down here. The canal gate is locked. Well, we can't go there. I swear there was a cutscene that told you to come over here to Tool, but this is kind of the only place you have to go anyway. And another thing you can point out, that I'm going to point out, we can already see another meteor over here. Follow the mouse. Wow, my mouse is tiny. Didn't realize my mouse was that small. I'm going to have to scale up my mouse. But regardless, it's over here. There's already another meteor that has fallen. That's not good. And pirates are pirates. And there's always the straggler. And Ferris is the captain of the pirates. He's gonna go join them. Now, I know someone's gonna get upset about Ferris, but trust me, we'll cover that road when we get there. So for now, let's go back to the original music a little bit. We're gonna kind of be between crystals, be bouncing back and forth. We want the loot. That's really all we care about. A tent, a potion, a phoenix down, an ether, money, and I believe a monster in a box. That contains shoes. Bart gets shoes. Which, as we can see here, the shoes are actually quite good, other than increasing our weight. There is actually quite a bit of useful gear in 5. We'll see that some of the gear can still be very useful at end game, even though especially the accessories are quite good. Since we have 2 freelancers, we can sell everything else. Like, okay, we don't need the staff, we don't need the dagger. We do need more shields, because you cannot inherently dual wield. That's one of the slightly annoying things, is you can't inherently do that. No, Ferris, we could never forget about you. One more hat. Everyone has armor. And yep. There we go. Fully kitted for at least a while. Always sort by items, because otherwise everything is being useless. Free tent. Free potion. Magic. We really don't need to do anything with the magic shop. In fact, we can't actually... Oh, this useful magic that could be useful that we do not need. Yet. Oh, 4-top Fiesta starts out quite good. I did not mean to go in here yet. Thank you. And I believe that's everything. Yeah, no, I'm missing 2 items in Tool. And we will not be able to access those chests in Pirate's Hideout. I'm missing items. No, they're not in here. I mean, they must be in the pub. Ah, piano percent run. Oh. No? We're going to let that scene just not happen. What happens is... While we have this scene... While this happens... To get access to the piano... if you decide to try and interact with Ferris... Bart and Galuf get a bit smitten with him. And then they get yelled at. And piano is very important to do. that may or may not come in handy. That all depends on if we get barred. It says I'm missing 2 items. Where am I missing these 2 items at? Oh, I know where we're missing. I know where one of the items is. Zock's house. The man who built the canal. There's free leather shoes. And here's the other item. I always forget about some of these items. Give Lena the shoes. These are actually some of the worst shoes you can have. Worst accessories you can find in the game. But that's because they're super early in the game. We need to get through the canal. It's far too dangerous. A beast has made its home there, and he's lost the key. But he's offering us a free stay, which means a free heal. I believe it's a free heal. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of preempting about the next boss. In that, oddly enough, he has status vulnerabilities, despite you not being able to bring these statuses to fight him. Ah, poor Bart's remembering his dad. And his mother, Stella. One of the few fairly generic NPCs who gets a custom sprite. But Bart's dad knows about the crystals, as does Stella. Well, that's kind of weird. And so Bart gets a little depressed to drinky. And poor Len is a sleep talker, so that's never good. But poor Zock didn't even notice that Bart wasn't in bed. They died a while back. Travel to Walls. Worried about Lena's safety. Well, that's fortunate for you. In the morning, everybody's up and at 'em. No one is going to question why we suddenly have the key. Well, they don't know we have the key. So we're just gonna head out. Ferris, being the good captain he is, refuses to sacrifice his crew, for lack of a better term. I mean, they're pirates and they'd be handy for handling the ship, but they've not been chosen by the crystals like even Ferris has, so. Poor pirates. And so with everybody intact, we head out. And now we have to have a little scene about what does it mean that these crystals have shattered. Well, air grows stagnant, nothing to circulate the air. Eventually everything will just suffocate. If fire goes out, well, the planet will cool down very slowly. And then it just gets too cold to support life. The earth stops being fertile enough for the plants to grow. Seas grow dirty. Nothing to stir the waters. Rivers stop flowing. The world becomes a very dead place if these crystals shatter. These crystals are kind of important things. Just in the metaphysical form of the universe. Ferris still talks a little bit like a pirate. He's not full pirate, but he is pirate. I mean, we're a traveler, it's not like we've got anywhere to go. Really. So off to boss number 2. Or will be boss number 2. First we have to kind of show off that we had the key. And just to show that while the game takes the thought that, yeah, you would have this key, it just brushes it off. If this was a more modern Final Fantasy game, you'd get an entire set of cutscenes about that. Enemies here are a little bit tougher, but not by a lot. We're basically fighting with knights at this point. First, and boss number 2. If you watch me play Final Fantasy XIV, or have seen this boss, every time I will talk about him. Welcome, folks, to the fight with... Come on, pull us in already. The fight with... Come on. Pull us in already. Carla boss. Or as I call him, Carl. A boss. Every time I see this enemy, it's like, he's Carl. He's a boss. And yes, the fact that he still has... I did not want to do that. A tail screw, which takes a character down to 1 health. He has a total of 650 health. And he can paralyze people. With Feeler. Fortunately, paralysis is a temporary status that will eventually wear off. But if you're very unlucky, he can, in fact, do a lot to you. Fortunately, we had one of the easier setups here. It could have been by far worse. But that was Carl, the boss. He has been defeated. Uh-oh. What's Sildra doing still in the waterfall, in the whirlpool? This is not good. This is not looking good for poor Sildra. She's been dragged underneath the waves. And there goes our propulsion system for our boat. Poor Sildra. And now we're just on a drifting boat. One of the more interesting things about this particular boat design is you can see it has cannons. That's just an interesting design decision to put cannons on your boats. Now we're just drifting across the ocean. And now we've reached something that a lot of Final Fantasies have. I know 11 has it. I know 14 has it. Welcome, folks, to the ship graveyard. Yes, the ship graveyard. Fortunately, what we have in here is we have a free inn that we can use. Fortunately, the game already free healed us, so it's not like we have to worry about that. And we have, let's see, eight chests in the graveyard. 8. I just need to remember that. Okay. Down there is not one of them. Fortunately, one of the things that the Pixel Remaster had. I let her use a freaking potion, didn't I? Oh, that was dumb. I needed those potions. Because I didn't purchase any more. Because this is our only way to attack these undead. How many more do I have? 4 potions. 4 Phoenix Downs. That's the more important thing to remember, is how many Phoenix Downs you have. I think some of these guys can drop ethers if you're very lucky. No, not there. Oh, back attack. Hate those. How do we flee? That's a good... Oh, there it is. We're going to want to get some escapes in, believe it or not. There's a weapon. That's kind of important. To have some fleas in. But it's not the Calcruthals. Not the Calcruthals. Calcruthals. That we have to that drop the ethers. It's poltergeists? We'll see them. But we are going to need some levels. Into the water we go. Right, and you can also choose your front character. That is a thing you can do. Though how we fight underwater, I do not understand. Almost 1,000 gil. That is very useful. Undead husks. Oh, those things drop elixirs occasionally. Ah, we found a waterlogged passage. This would actually be a hard thing to specifically find. What just happened there is one of the very important things in our stats is this evasion percentage you can see here. That is the actual percentage of evading an attack. And as we go in here, you can see that that's what gives us our evasion. There are exploits involving evasion. Because actually what happened there was a shield block, not an evasion. Those are two separate things. But one leads into the other, yes. Now, we could heal, but I don't have a lot of reason to. Not only do the husks drop elixirs occasionally, which is by far going to be very important, just having those in general. But also because around the corner here, are we even gonna see the poltergeists? We might not. Is a free healing spot. A safe place to rest. Now, how they have dry clothes altogether is unknown. Also, Lena being the only known female of the group, these are guys. They're just gonna strip out of their clothing. Now, Ferris, however, is being very suspicious. Now, feeding into that scene from earlier, if you were to let Gallifenbart's leer and lech poor Ferris here, you'd learn Ferris is actually a woman. That's why they were so infatuated with poor Ferris here. She's kind of pretty. She was kind of a pretty boy. Turns out she's a pretty woman. I mean, it doesn't take much thought to think about why you might be concerned about a little girl being raised by pirates. The pirates are not known for being... I mean, they had principles? Yes, many of them. But there are reasons you might want to hide that. But regardless, Ferris will still kick your teeth in. She's fought with the best of the pirates, and she's the captain for a reason. And so nothing has changed about Ferris, about the sudden revelation that Ferris is a woman. This is just two Ferrises. This is who Ferris was raised to be. No one can change her. So she's a woman. Okay. Always was. The Ferris was... It's just who Ferris is. So we just move on from that. And that's one of the big reveals there, is that you're playing an evenly split male-female party. Okay. I mean, they kind of expect, you kind of, you know, you wouldn't have expected it, but kind of a thing. It doesn't make any difference to any of the characters, mostly because, well, it's not going to change anyone. What are they going to do, put Ferris in a dress? That would be ridiculous. But comparison, one of the more provocative dresses in the game. Well, potentially provocative dresses. And this would be where you would normally gain the world map if you were playing the other versions of the game. However, we have the world map. It's right here. So that's kind of a redundant item, let's be honest. Ah, there they are. The Mind Flushers. His mind has been flushed so hard, the front of his face has been ripped right off. It's one of the more horrifying let's row, everyone. Just to make that go a little bit faster. And antidotes. Why would they be giving us antidotes in a Phoenix Down? Moreover, we saw that there's only one item left for us to get. And it's actually a pretty useful item. We'll get it shortly. If you're playing a white mage only run, which is a thing... Ooh, those things can drop a flame scroll? I had no idea about that. There it is. I knew I was missing it. Freely cross them. No. I did not want to do that. No, we did not want to do that. Ah! I knew I missed it. And I missed it way back, too. I missed the flail. We're gonna want to go back and get that, because we might need it. My bad. Come on. Well, any grinding that happens is going to be useful. That's grinding that happens now rather than later. And things actually scale very well, let's be honest. I mean, you'll see when you reach a point that the grinding's just not being effective. I mean, there's plateaus everywhere in this scale that actually makes it pretty convenient. And that was a dagger? Huh. 3 daggers from the skeletons. Free inn. This is one of the early dungeons, so they stick these free inns in here. I think this is the last one they stick these in, though. Like, there will not be any more free inns in dungeons at all. I mean, you did just fight Carla boss, so... the second boss, so you kind of did need a little bit of a reprieve, potentially, from that. I've never seen them drop flame scrolls before. I mean, flame scrolls are currently useless to us. It's not like we could do anything with them. Because if you've played Final Fantasy IV, or 6, you know that flame scrolls are thrown by ninjas. And we don't have access to ninja for a while. Because ninja is also fire crystal. So even if we did roll ninja, we could not actually, make use of it. The XP is still good. And the auto battle system makes it, if you can set up a good strategy, makes things go quite smoothly. Although I think... There we go. I think you just have to push down in order to activate that. So there's the flail. What does flail do? Flail is one of the more interesting items. You can see that it gives us more attack, but more importantly, what it does. Let's put it on Lena. Is if we put her in the back row, flail allows you to do full damage from the back row. Back row means you take half damage. This is why white mage runs are very useful. Because with it, your white mage doesn't need to be in harm's way. Which is kind of important. Because white mages are very squishy. Despite having, white magic on their side, they are very squishy. And if you're doing either a white mage only run or a Fiesta run and you rolled white mages, then you definitely want to... You definitely want to keep your white mages safe, or a white mage in the back row. That's going to be your damage dealer. For physical. Now I am going to do a little bit of running away farming as we go along. Now we're starting to see the XP begin to taper off a little bit, which means we're about the right level for the boss. Which is good. The XP is starting to taper. We're not getting as consistent a level. That's good. That flail just sounds wonderful. God, that just sounds so powerful a hit. Anyway, we've reached the second inn. Again. We're going to take another rest. Because I'm going to cheese this next boss. Not because the boss is hard, but because I'm going to show off a little on the silly things that this game does that let you just exploit it. For example, most bosses have some degree of status. Are they living? Are they dead? Well, this thing is full of undead. Couldn't a boss be considered undead? Well, my dear viewer, the answer to that is absolutely. A boss could absolutely be considered undead. In fact, there are two of them that come to mind immediately. Both of which are extremely cheesable if you know what undead are like in any Final Fantasy game. Which is to say, potions deal damage, Phoenix Downs are instant death. Any poison abilities are heals, as are instant deaths. This is what makes Quad Berserker possible. And now we see their first workings with a double-heighted sprite. Well, after a little bit of things here. First, the party has to get mind controlled. Remember that revelation about Ferris and Lena having the same pendant? Spoilers? For some reason, the king draws both of them. And who's this little blonde? With the big forehead. That's a good thing Galuf doesn't remember. His memories have been taken. Their first double-heighted sprite. Siren. And Galuf considers us his friends. Rather quick development, but considering they probably spent days at sea. Yeah. Yes, he literally slaps everyone back to life. And no one is going to talk about why Ferris and Lena were drawn to King Tycoon. But, and you see the wonderful little flavor text there for all three of them. Siren. 900 health. Can cast slow. Is not currently undead. Can cast magic. Pretty powerful magic as well. But has currently... Oh, can also put to sleep. Well, that just is rude to poor Lena. And she can change forms into the undead, which changes her sprite, as you can see. What we can do now... first, we bring Ferris back to life, because that's just annoying. And it can miss. Ow. Really? It can miss. I didn't know it could miss. Oh god. This is not good. I've never seen that fail before. That's not good. Okay, and at half health, she puts up Protect. Right. Okay, we're gonna try this again. This can, in fact, kill her. I have done it several times. Why is this failing constantly? Alright, I guess we're gonna beat you the hard way. Now, the annoying thing that she just did is she put Protect up, which halves the amount of damage we put up. She's also hasted herself, so she's going to attack twice as fast. Fortunately, 900 health is shared across both forms, and we're doing about 50 damage a turn. Well, apparently Protect ran off. But potions, I believe, will still work. Yes, they do in fact still hurt her. Am I going to lose here? Yes, I am going to lose here. Damn it. Well, that was unfortunate. This is the first time I've lost to Siren in a long time. Well, that was just awkward. That should not have happened. Well, I've learned that Phoenix Downs are not 100% instant death. Apparently they can, in fact, still miss. Unless this is something that they patched out in the Pixel Remaster, which would, in fact, absolutely suck. Because that's, like, really useful on another boss later. And there's no way to skip this cutscene. So we're gonna be back where we began. Very rarely has that siren fight gone that poorly. Because it should have only taken 18 turns, give or take. Well, maybe we're gonna go into it with more health. It's hard to say. And we'd go again. We do some damage. Okay, silence is the least worrying thing she could do. Flail apparently has a nasty miss percentage, which is annoying. Okay, that should be 12. That put her at protect phase. And now we just start throwing potions at her. Those go right through her protect. We try to Phoenix Downer. And we let this Come on. Do not prove me wrong. Well, the game is refusing to let me one and kill her, so that may be something they may have patched out. Which is annoying, but everybody's still alive, even though we're all out of potions. So we're just gonna have to rush her down, which should not be too bad. Well, that was disappointing. That was actually disappointing. Free bronze armor, though. Which is our first actual set of heavy armor. So, might as well equip the bronze armor. Why that didn't work and we wasted all our Phoenix Downs is annoying. But that's fine. I couldn't heal Galuf if I wanted to. I mean, I could, but there's not a lot of reason to because the town is right over here. Carwen. Take a sleep in the inn. Now, I don't believe freelancers can rod snap. Now, rod snapping is something we may or may not be able to do depending on if we roll a magic class or not. I don't believe geomancers can rod snap, but regardless, they're 2 crystals away. Rod snapping is when you use a rod while in battle. What? I know there's a way in there. Lined up with the corner of the house. What? Let me in there. I know there's an item down there. It's lined up with this. And that is how you get in there. No, that's how you get in here. Because of the frost rod. Anyway, rod snapping is when you take that rod and you snap it. You break it. It literally breaks. And that does a massive amount of damage because I believe it is a level 2 spell of the element. Right, I'm going to replace her flail with the standard longsword. We currently do not need flame scrolls. Or daggers. We are keeping the frost rod. Yeah, class can cast Blizzaga before breaking. That's what I mean. It can break, you break rods. And the flail is just useful as a attack from range option. A little less useful because we are in fact all freelancers, but anyway, our defense has just gone up dramatically. And we still have more money than we know what to do with, which is very good. Missing 2 items yet. And a piano. Haha. 1,000 gil. Meteorite fell near Tycoon. Yep, we heard about that. We saw that. One of us was possibly involved in that. Galuf is a mystery. A room for no reason. Nothing ever happens in that room either. That room just exists to be a room that exists. Now, what item am I missing? I'm missing an item somewhere. don't recall any items in here. No. No items in here. Anything in the... It must be in the item shop. No? Yeah, there's one thing I'm missing in Carwin here. One item. Is it something we can't get yet? Kingdom of Walls. Can it go by sea? Can it go by air by sea? Ah, yes. Yes. I do not know what item I'm missing. Ah, yes, the Drake. You don't have to trigger this. In fact, I'm just here to find the item I'm missing. So I'm clearly missing an item. But the game just does not want to tell me where. Well, regardless, I'm gonna tell you where it is. Well, I can't find that item. It's not an important item anyway. Everybody's all healed up. Well, regardless, we have to go to the mountain. After we fight through a bunch of Gatlings and Bighorns. Right, I've got to put Lena back on the front row. Because she's not going to do any good from there. Ah, those things drop a gold needle. Good. Put Lena back in standard formation. Right, we don't have any potions or Phoenix Downs. We're gonna need some of those. And antidotes as well. We're gonna want, like... Let's make an even 1,000 of those. Antidotes for reasons. And 2 Phoenix Downs. We are now poor. But item economy is our only way of healing, so it's not like there's any other option. Level 8. Off to the mountain we go. The Taos. Might do a little bit of grinding out here, but not a ton is needed. North Mountain is, I believe, what they call it. Yeah, we're gonna want to hit this level before we head in. Wow, Lena and Ferris are just whiffing. Hey, free tent, we're gonna need that. Now we use that tent. And now we head into the dungeon. North Mountain. There are 2 chests in here. Just 2. And they're both in here. Also, Gala Cats. This is their... I think this is their introduction? Because they were not in 4. But yes, the cats with wings that Final Fantasy is known for. Do we all see that square? Yes, we all see that square. No, I do not know why that square exists, but it does. And it is kind of weird. Nope, we are getting out of here. Well, that was good. Gold needles, yes. Fortunately, this mountain is pretty straightforward otherwise. With one exception, which is going to be where being able to toggle walk and run is very important. I'm not sure we're going to be able to pull off the strategy I really want us to pull off. It's going to probably take a little bit of levels. Yes, here it is. These purple flowers. They will poison you if you step on them. It's actually very annoying. Also, yes, you theoretically could learn Flash from these headstones. You just have to feed an ether first. There's a little bit of grinding I want to do real quick. And that's specifically for another level. Apparently I've defeated 1,000 monsters in total. That's a new one to me. I'm also hoping to maybe get some spectacles to fall off of these. I believe the headstones can drop spectacles. Which is really kind of funny. We should get the next level pretty quickly. Of course, Bart's gets the level up. I mean, not even Ferris could have leveled up off of that. 1 XP off. Oh, that's just funny. And you could see there, That suddenly was 450 experience to the next level. Item... Using a tent. Mainly because we have enough tents. All right. Magicka and Forza. Free helmet. A free upgraded helmet. Oh no, Ferris! Ferris is a tough woman. Tough person in general. Now, Lena is gonna start this fight poisoned. Remember, she got hit by that poison arrow, so, that kind of damage would do 88, 72, 92. She has 650 health. Her husband, who she's going to summon, has approximately 850. Apparently we cannot, in fact, interrupt her. So she's going to take even less damage. And Forza, like I said, is 850 health. And she can cast regen on him. Ow. I do not know why Lena's doing so little damage. Ouch. We do need to blitz her down, but we also need to make sure everyone lives. Because she's going to continue to really attack us. Ow. She is dead. Like I said, he has 850 health. And we want Galuf online. The more people we have online, the better. Galuf is dead. Come on, Galuf. Gal, blast it! At least the game is smart enough to pass the potion around to the next weakest person. I just wasted 2,000 gil on him. That was just very rude of Forza there. But we did get a whip and a power drink. Not that we can use the power drink. That is something that's usable only by chemists, which I believe are an Earth job. A fourth crystal job, excuse me. And her father's Windrake is here. Now, if we had talked to that one guy who said he saw Windrake, Lena would... There's only one Windrake in the world, and Lena knows it. So she's like, that's father's Windrake. Lena, however, is a little bit stupid. Poisons herself specifically to save the dragon. Because this was the only place where dragon grass grows. And, well, somehow he frees Lena of poison. However, Bart has a fear of heights. Not that it matters. Everybody on the dragon. And we received our next mode of transportation, Hiryu, the Windrake. He can land on any normal planes. He cannot fly over mountains, but he can fly over water. This is the water tower. We'll worry about that later. This is Waltz down here. There's some interesting things going on in Waltz. I really don't want to deal with him. Including... Well, we'll heal up first, because Galuf needs it. Can't believe I wasted $2,000 on trying to bring Galuf alive. Trying to keep him alive. Fast may be a little too fast for me. We'll see. But anyway, we did get a free helmet out of that, which we will put on Lena. Now that mithril helmet, significantly better. Just significantly better. Battle axes, of course they appear, and they're just, well, they're 1 point better, so... I think defense is more important, because you saw how quickly we just died to poor Forza there. Here we go. Everybody gets better gear. I mean, significantly better. Really? Oh right, he's a freelancer. We can equip the whip. I forgot about that. We're freelancers. We have current capability of wielding anything we want. Everybody gets full everything. And you can see our evasion continues to increase. Very important to have. At least for a little bit longer. Items first. We could take on Shiva. This is Garula. Garula is shy. Garula is a friend to all children and everybody in the world. Garula would never harm a person. Garula would never harm a fly. Garula is peace. For now, Garula is all of these things. There's one item. And I forget where it is. it in here? Yes, the silver specks, the thing I was hoping that would drop, but never did. Prevents darkness. Which means Galuf can no longer be blinded. Not that that was useful or anything, but theoretically is handy. Now, if we tried to enter the tower, we would fail. The game would not let us. Oh, I really want to try this. Something very, very stupid. I want to try something very, very stupid. This is going to be very painful. Okay. In this basement here... In this basement here... Oh no, that's the way to Shiva. Never mind. Shiva's a fight we will not be concerned with. In this basement here. Oh, this basement here. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I have no clue if this is going to work or not. The game could very well just say no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This appears to be working. There's a reason I am doing this. There's an enemy here. We're not supposed to be able to do this. We're not supposed to be in here, much less be able to fight this enemy for a long time. There he is. Second apes. He's very hard to run from. And when we cannot fight him. We cannot fight him. We cannot fight him. This is cheesing. This is absolutely cheesing. I think they may have put a permanent encounter here. Come on. Come on. Run. Let us run. Nope. And everybody died. Yes, yes, the party was defeated. Please, please don't. Please don't. Please, please, let us run, please. Let us run, please let us run. I don't know if that was... We do not have the Phoenix Downs to fight him again. If we're lucky, I don't think this is working. In some versions of the game, I think the GBA, it resets. Okay, the Elven Mantle has been acquired. The Elven Mantle is an accessory that is an additional 25%? I want to say it's 25%. It might be 15. Evasion on top of your standard evasion, which means they both roll. They both roll Yeah, they both roll. And that means... Oh, I hated to do that. But we need everyone as alive as possible. Because we're going to encounter him again. Haha, that would be the Elven Mantle working. I don't even know if this is going to work. We might need to reset to title screen. I don't know if this is going to reset it or not. It probably is not. This is an old programming technique they would use. You would use, you know, back in the day. Nowadays, you would write this to a physical location or base it off of much more hard-coded things that can't be cheesed by removal of power, reloading the data, you know, how you would standardly handle your RNG. I don't know if this is working. This may or may not be working. We're almost to the stairs. This is complete cheese, and I'm not gonna deny it. But the Elven Mantle is so powerful, I kind of need it. Come on, let us run. Come on, Ferris. Stay alive. Ferris, no! Lena, it's up to you now, Lena. No! This is what I was afraid of. We may be stuck in a loop. We're probably stuck in a loop. We are stuck in a loop. They've hard-coded their RNG to prevent that. Oh, come on. And I've got no Phoenix Downs with which to give him another target. It's all based on Jackanape, and there's the Elven Mantle going off. Okay. So it doesn't matter. We made it. We're gonna go back in there at a much later date. Prisoners. Because there are things in there. There were items in there, but really the Elven Mantle is the only reason we have to go anywhere near there. Hello, Shiva. I'm not concerned about Shiva. Fighting Shiva is ludicrously stupid. Fighting Shiva is ludicrously stupid at this point. We've got no reason to fight Shiva. I don't think there's any items in here. But yeah, that's the Elven Mantle. We got really lucky there. By all means, we should not have been able to survive that. In fact, those Jackanapes are very bad. They are just bad. And that's your hint that Shiva's sealed up in this castle somewhere. Free tent. Phoenix Town. We could have used that. No, we could have wasted that, is what I mean. Well, it doesn't matter if everyone's alive or dead. We need to talk to the king anyway. Because we need entry into the tower. And now, a meteor. Mode 7. Well, what would have been the old Mode 7. Nowadays, we don't have modes like that. And everyone move out. Well, nothing up there. The king said move out. Well, everyone moved out. Except for the 2 guards right there, the 2 guards right here, Shiva. But now we need everyone alive, so we're just gonna spend a little bit of time in the inn. It's a cheap 20 gil. Now, the nice thing about the whip, I didn't mention it earlier. It's a basic whip. I believe it has the same properties of back attack, and above that, temporary paralysis. Is this temporary paralysis? Garula is still a friend to all people. Garula is a friend to all people. No, I will not talk about anything other than Garula being a friend to all people, because he is a friend to all peoples, especially little children. Garula would never harm a child, much less an adult. Elven Mantle has been equipped to Ferris, and that will probably be on her for quite a while. The additional evasion is so handy. Yep, there's that meteor. I know they made it look like it was coming down like right here, but it's over here. Hello, Garula. Friend to all peoples. Goodbye, Garula. I know we can encounter him there. I just wasn't expecting it to be. I didn't expect it to be the. Hello again, Garula. Friend to all peoples. Goodbye again. I know that you can encounter things other than Garula right outside the tower. Come on, game. Okay, game. Stop taking the piss. Fine. That's funny. Game. Stop giving me Garula. Okay, fine. Well, I oopsed. And Garula, friend to all people, from outside, he went berserk and started attacking people. Garula is no longer a friend to all people. Which means he's gonna be a problem later. Probably. So, the 4-job Fiesta continues. Since this is the second location of a crystal, we could very well Well, we will see what our second job is. I'm hoping it's something actually useful that we can use that isn't, and I pray it isn't, Berserker. It could very well be Berserker. Pas de Soul. I don't know why we have a French name here, but it's not the first time this game will do that. A silk robe, technically useless. Hey, Kyo, how are you? Yeah, this is the 4-job Fiesta. We rolled very weirdly on this year's Fiesta. Like I said, it is going to be any job. Let's see, yeah. There we go. Now I can see. Now I can actually see what the chat says. Oh, so far Fiesta's been good. I died to a couple of the boss that I didn't expect to. I don't know why we died to Siren, the undead boss, but apparently Phoenix Downs were not working on her. I'm wondering if that's something they patched out for the Pixel Remasters, because that should have worked. And we also rolled Geomancer for our first job, which means we're freelancers up until water, which is where we're at now. There's one more boss between us and the water crystal, and if you can, as I've been going on about Garula, friend to all peoples, if you run the dungeon in 14 that has Garula, I make that reference also every time because Garula is a friend to all peoples. They did a couple of things. Most things are intact. Like, she still takes potion damage, so she's clearly undead. And I'm remembering Phoenix Downs not being a 100% hit rate on undead. But I didn't think, going through 5 Phoenix Downs would have been a problem. But apparently it was. I may have just gotten some very unlucky RNG luck. It's hard to tell. What I do know is they fixed the Jackanape glitch that allowed you to easily get the Jackanapes. What's the word? Cheese the Jackanapes that allow you to get the Elven Mantle here early. You will encounter them. You'll encounter at least 3 of them, which is what I did, and somehow evaded all of them, which is kind of important because the Elven Mantle is an evasion tick on top of your standard shield evasion rolls. They roll separately, which means you have a 25 and a whatever your shield evasion rate is, rolling one after another, which gives you 2 chances at like a 25% dodge, which isn't enough to make you unkillable, but is enough to make it very substantial. Right now I'm just trying to get off this last level before we take on Garula. But Galifure seems to insist on wanting to nearly die. I do not know why this old man has a death wish. Though they have added a lot of nice quality of life features since I played this last. There we go, we broke the 200 health barrier. That was what I was looking for. Yeah, they added some quality of life features such as the font style. They added the spaced out font. Yes, Garula is the big red beast that looks like a buffalo. They added the boost features, the 2 BGM styles. And you can encounter Garula outside the tower here, and he's completely passive. He will not hurt you. He is just going to sit there and stare at you the entire time. If you want to fight Garula, you can. Garula's not going to stop you. He's a pacifist. Garula is a friend to all people, and is extremely passive. Except for right now. For some reason, he's gone berserk inside the tower. No one knows why. Probably because the water crystal's here, but that's a theory that the king didn't want to think about. After all, if you have these giant roaming elephants outside your town and they're just not doing anything, would you want to anger them, potentially? I mean, they're completely passive, so it's not like, you know, they're just sitting there. I mean, they're huge, so you don't want to fight them, but... Ooh, we do not want to deal with them. Do a little run farming. Running from battles is a very useful thing to do in Final Fantasy V, believe it or not. Let's see, we got... Let's see. A better that. Garula time. I believe it is Garula time. Oh, right. The center's a... This gets me every time, too. I'll know for sure that they fixed it if the T-Rex boss is unable to be Phoenix downed. Okay. It is time. It is Garula time. That soldier is wearing armor that isn't from Waltz. He's kind of special. Welcome to Garula. He has 1200 health. He is not passive. You want Garula dead as fast as you can. Garula, at about half health, will basically cast haste on himself and double attack. And his attacks hurt like a son of a gun. If we're lucky, yeah, there we go with the double attacks. He's starting to double attack. Oh, we got very lucky. Why is that doing no damage to Lena? He's being very fortunate. Well, that was just... Garula is normally a lot scarier than that. That was weird. That is the weirdest Garula fight I've had ever. No. Because it dealt 0 damage, which means it did deal damage. I'm wondering. Huh. That was just really weird. Could it have been something to do with the silver armlet? I'm gonna do some testing on that, because that was just really weird. Because you saw, the top character, Bart, actually put up his shield when his shield triggered. That's why but that also gave a miss. No, she clearly got hit. But something caused it to do no damage. That's the weirdest gorilla fight I've ever had. He's normally a beast. Because he will do that rush attack, will not only deal damage to you, but it will also cause HP leak, which is where your HP rolls down. But because it doesn't do the HP leak when guarded, or elven mantled. But since he focused on Lena so much, that was the easiest gorilla fight I've ever seen. That is just absolutely bonkers that happened. What did we get? What did we get? With the water job, we got an earth job. We are freelancer through fire crystal. we got dancer of all things. Wow. We have not rolled Berserker yet. Thank God. And there's like a 20% chance of rolling Berserker. The tower now collapses because the water crystal's dead. Really? And yes, that shard up here. This little shard up here. We cannot get that. That is the mime job. I'm just pointing that out. Oh, look at that. Look at those effects. Woo-hoo. That is sweet. But now everyone's stuck in the water. It's Sildra. Somehow she survived the canal. Okay, I think the shaking is a bit excessive. Oh wow, this is a background I've not seen. That is a very fancy pixel background. Unfortunately, Sildra may have survived, but only enough to save us. Sildra, good old sea dragon. Goodbye. You will be missed. Goodbye, Sildra. Now that we've gotten there, let's change the arrangement back to the music back a little. Let's see, I believe the quick save is still intact. Because I want to experiment. Because Garula should not have been that easy. Alright, Garula, one more time. May your RNG be better this time, Garula. I want you to show me why most people have to worry about snapping a rod when they fight you. Okay, Ferris Elven Mantled. Okay, yep, standard attack. Lena just takes no damage! What? Lena just takes no damage! What? Ah, you can see the HP leak on Ferris there. Her health is constantly dropping at a very fast rate. That is why Gorilla is normally a pain. Did he just focus on Lena too much? I think that's what all it was, yeah, he just focused on Lena too much. Yeah! Okay, I now want to... Oh, we gotta see that entire... Oh no, we don't have to see that entire cutscene again. Now I really want to experiment and pass that around. Because if it's the silver armlet, that's weird. Because she doesn't have any non-standard equipment. I also brushed it off, but this soldier calls Galuf... Is this the soldier that calls Galuf by name? Yes. He calls him Lord Galuf. Which implies a great many things in this medieval-esque world. But, that's mostly because Galuf does not remember who he is. That is just, I'm gonna pass that around a little bit. We're gonna do a little bit of experimenting because that is the first time I've had that silver armlet actually mean anything. Yes. Are you... No. No. That couldn't be it. Could it? Gorilla's strength. I'm looking at the bestiary here is 15. Lena's defense was 16. Now I've made her defense equal to his strength. Is this going to make it easier or harder for him to cause damage to her? This could be a very interesting, unique combination of being freelancers. Yeah, still no damage. Wow, Bart is rolling really good on the defense. 4. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly what's happening. Her defense outmatches his strength. He can literally never kill her. That is bonkers. I've never seen that before. And while I've played a great many Fiestas myself, I've also seen more. And I've never seen that. Possibly because no one ever rolls Freelancer or Knight. which would be the only ones who can equip both a shield and the heavy helmet. That is just bonkers. That is just nuts. Unfortunately, this next boss, well, we'll get to the boss when we get to Liquid Flame. We'll get to Liquid Flame. Because we got a while before a little bit before Liquid Flame. That is bonkers. I've never seen that. That must be a particular thing with the Pixel Remasters. Yeah, Fire Pepsi Man. Yeah, he's in this game. Most of them are. There's a lot of Final Fantasy things in 14's repertoire that are in here. Well, we don't need the Silk Robe. Yeah, and he's got all the standard forms of Liquid Flame that you see. Actually, you don't see them in when you fight Liquid Flame. You see them more when you fight them in the Alexander fight, the standard Pepsi Man. Yes. Garula, friend to all children, is right here. This child says we're duty heads because we're mean to Garula. This child makes me feel very sad about having fought Garula, who, by the way, we did not kill. Poor Garula came here all wounded. What monsters we are. Anyway, moving on from Garula. Oh yeah, and this is, by the way, Hiryu, our little Windrake. Kyo, were you there for our time at Eureka? You were, weren't you? In 14, right? So you got to see the cutscene with... Yeah, poor Garula. But you were there when we did our Eureka things. You probably saw the cutscene involving Galuf and the Warriors of Dawn. Let's call them his little party of 4. All 4 of those people are directly lifted from Final Fantasy V. The entire Warriors of Dawn are lifted directly from Final Fantasy V. The werewolf, or Lupin, as he's in 14. The 2 other humans with Galuf, who look and wear the exact armors that they're supposed to from Final Fantasy V. Well, you can look it up, but they're there. And it's like, those are wearing the exact armors and names. So if you know 5, it's like, oh, there's Zezat. There's... I'm blanking on Bartz's father's name, but he's there looking exactly like he should. Galuf is there. We know what Galuf looks like. We've seen him in cutscenes before. Which makes that weird Rogadin and Dawn Trail's trailer seem awfully weird. But yeah. Anyway, if we went into town, someone would tell us that there's a hole in the meteor. And we've got no way to get to the fire crystal. Other than this weird portal. Meteorite travel. And everyone's a bit stupid and just be like, let's jump into this weird glowing portal. We don't know where it'll take us. Except Galuf might know something, because this seems familiar, because he was found near the first meteor that fell near Kessel Tycoon. Even Kryl. Okay, I'm gonna do a little Final Fantasy V spoiler. Kryl is directly from this game, including her outfit. I'll show you a little bit off of the outfits. In fact, we can do a little bit of that now, just to have a look at them. That's a good question. Would he be a meteorite? Berserker here. Wolfman. Cat. Wolf. Also kind of cat, but not really cat. We'll see when we get Kryl how much of Kryl's aesthetic has entered into Final Fantasy XIV. There is a lot. Anyway, we're now on the outside of the continent here. This is probably one of the best early guild grinding spots because of this encounter here with these wild dogs. Each one of these encounters is worth 750, I believe it's 750 gil a pop, or really close to 750. 625. It could be. We don't know what that Rogadin was and why he was there. But that 625 gil, that's almost a full rod. Because rods can be broken in this game if you're a casting class. Which means, yes, you just take the rod, you break it, it casts a Blizzaga, Faraga, Fundaga spell. You lose the rod, and rods are 750 gil apiece. But that's a level 3 spell you can just have free infinite of if you're a black mage. Or I believe Time Mage can do it too. But yeah, this is just a great grinding spot in general for early game here like this. Mostly because of these dogs. Also, things are going to get expensive very quickly. Because we're approaching the next tier rating on gear. I mean, they're gonna start costing thousands. So we're gonna need to do a little bit of grinding. Plus, as you saw, the XP is starting to get really generous. And we want to be above a divisible by 5 for the dungeon after next. So somewhere between 15 to 20 or above 20. Because level 5 death will be happening. I mean, we know Time Mages in 14 exist. If you've done the Astrologian quest line, you quite literally... the Stormblood capstone quest, you basically fight a Time Mage. I mean, he's an Astrologian, but he very specifically has powers above time. You know, he can control the flow. He can straight up control the flow of time. Which is, one thing they really haven't led a bunch into in 14 is the time magey aspects. We do not want to enter the town. We do not want to enter the castle yet. It's just one of those things I remember specifically. It's like, oh yeah. Oh, we just got to see the aging. See how Lena has white hair now? This is one of those weird things that this game does. As the game ticks, so this is an internal clock thing. Her strength will drop for every tick, meaning she gets weaker and weaker physically as the fight continues to go on. And that's just a very nasty debuff. And it's behind the scenes and kind of hidden. And it's kind of cool. And the zoo. That's your standard zoo. Which those zoos look very different than the ones you get in 14. We're gonna have to head into town soon. People are starting to get a little beat up. And I think 13's a good level anyway for taking on the next dungeon. It's not a bad dungeon by any means. It's just there's a lot involved after the next dungeon. Now, between Wind and Water Crystal, there was two entire dungeons. We're about ready to engage the Fire Crystal, which means there's no dungeon between Water Crystal and Fire Crystal. These two unlock real close to each other. It's a little weird. Yeah, we're gonna want to get one more level just to be safe. Because this boss, oh boy. Anyway, I didn't mention it earlier, that there are certain vulnerabilities that these bosses have. For example, this next boss, Liquid Flame, he's vulnerable. Oh, the heat, yeah. We're starting to get that up here. It's gonna be, this next week is gonna be a scorcher. I did not mean to walk in to the fire-powered ship, but they won't let me in there anyway. But yeah, these, every boss actually has status of vulnerabilities. This boss, if you had a way to get him, he can be instantly deathed. Like, there's a vulnerability of you just cast dead on them and they die. Theoretically, which you can't, you'd have to hack it in, but if you had something that cast instant death, you could just kill this boss. Or you could cast Float on him, or Charm him. None of those that you can actually do. You can't actually do any of that right now. Anyway, this is Karnak, the town of fire. As you can tell, the town is on fire, but it is controlled fire. This is all very controlled fire. This is calm fire. Okay, nothing up here. Yeah, see? Calm fire. It is just everywhere. Bart is very confused. Why is there fire just living in the street? He's baffled. How do you control fire? Ah, piano. He's getting better. That may or may not pay off. We still do not know. Anyway, the first thing you want to do at any shop is come in here and look and see what you want to fight. Like I said, these rods. These are normally 750 apiece. Notice how cheap they are. And you can buy additional flails. We want... Notice how it will not let me select more than one. We have bought a mithril sword for cheap. And then we get arrested. We have now been arrested. We are now in jail. But did we get to keep? We did get to keep our cheap sword. You could have bought an armor. Those are also cheap. Who's this mysterious old white-haired man? With explosives. This is Sid. They locked up this old man, and he had explosives on him. These soldiers are very bad at their job. This is Sid. Professor Sid. Old man with glasses. Library of the Ancients. That's a thing. Tycoon, Waltz, and Karnak. Yeah, we kept our weapons. He kept his bombs. Why would the soldiers search their soldiers? I don't know. Oh, this one has more than just a Sid. But we'll see that one later. With any luck, once we enter the Library of Ancients. Oh, 14 Sid's really good. 14 Sid is very much a embodiment of this Sid and his just rampant genius. And here's one of the things about 5 that I like so much. You've got these primordial crystals that do things. What would you do if you had an infinite source of fire? You'd connect a boat to it. A steam-powered boat. With infinite fire becomes infinite steam. Becomes you now have the only steamboat on the planet. A werewolf, you say? Well, Sid got us out. He got us out of jail. Well, here's another thing about 5 that's so interesting. Remember how we just had our Windrake? The Windrake could not get over here. Also, fire in the castle. Still baffling. We no longer have our Windrake buddy. We have no transportation other than our feet. The fire is sentient. It guards the chests. It refuses to let us have them. Everywhere. No, I'm not saying this because for any specific reason. There's no reason that fire would ever not be there. It even blocks doors. Why would this fire block doors? That is utterly baffling. Why would it do that? Baffling fire. No reason at all. Ah, there's that werewolf. These people are a little racist against poor werewolves. So Sid's explosives are so effective at scaring off monsters that the guards have them. Why can't we have them? Huh? That's not even an option. Anyway, back in town here, there's still so much fire. But most importantly, remember what I was saying about those prices? Those prices went up pretty badly. Fortunately, everything outside gives so much gil that it doesn't really matter. Do we want to keep this whip? It could be in handy, depending on what we roll for fire. And this is the mithril helm that made Leno completely invincible in the last fight. We cannot fully equip everyone. Lena's defense is 20. She is theoretically... Oh. No, she's not. Human flame ignores defense. Right. This is where the game starts pulling things like that, ignoring defense. Because it knows if it doesn't. Now these mithril gloves are just straight up for defense. Let's see, I don't think the specs realistically can be gotten rid of. Nothing inflicts blind up here. And the shoes also can be replaced. Mostly, and Ferris is keeping that Elven Mantle because the Elven Mantle is just good. Like, so far beyond what its stats say. That extra rolling for safety, for evasion, is just too good. And on to the next dungeon. And he's gonna ask us to go turn it off because, of course. Because suddenly, out of nowhere, the ship is crawling with monsters. Now, if you had not picked up the world map in the ship graveyard, it would be here. Just to make sure, if you're playing the original, any of the originals, you would have access to a map. We've had access to a map this whole time. Because the game gave us this capability. It's 9 chests. Oh boy, this one could be a little bit of a nightmare. Welcome to the fire-powered ship. And welcome to the fact that the crew is now made of dust because they've been vaporized. Never mind, I needed those silver specks. 'Cause now everyone is blind. Can someone roll to hit, please? Seriously? Seriously? Thank you. Unfortunately, everyone is blind now. I was wrong. Put those back on, Galif. Put Bart's back into standard formation. We are leaving. I know we just got here. We are leaving. Goodbye. That was just rude. That was just extremely rude of them. Where is the inn? What do you have? Eye drops. Of course he does. We're gonna want like 10 of them. Give me all the potions you can. I don't have the gil. Son of a gun. Well, that's just weird. That was just weird. That I didn't have the gil to do that. Wow. That crew dust is just... I've never had them be that annoying. I know they're annoying. They're just normally not that annoying. Alright, let's try that again. Because that was just... And maybe we'll actually roll a job we can use. Because otherwise we're going to be stuck with 4 geomancers. And it's not, wouldn't be the worst job to get stuck with, but geomancers are not particularly great in this game. And this is actually a pretty good rendition of... Ah, yes, Poltergeist! It's like the one guy. He saw things too much, so much so that the front of his face has torn away from his screaming skull. Some of these enemy designs just roll hard like that. I mean, his... Okay, they're gonna kill the dust. Yeah, some of these designs just hit hard like that. Like, he's screaming so hard, his face is torn off. This is what makes the firepower chip so annoying, is you occasionally get these motor traps. Just, you think you beat the one engagement? No. Here's 2 to 3 more things. Just to annoy you. Just to annoy you. Like, there's probably motor traps going to, appear right here. And the introduction of our first set of cottages. I was hoping to avoid using these eye drops for at least a little bit. Another elixir. I think this is the most elixirs I've... Yeah, 6. This is the most elixirs I've ever had. Okay, and you can see here all the places on the world map we have yet to visit. We'll worry about that later. I'm running out of things to say on this one. Elevators. Another Phoenix down. Well, we've seen how these guys... That was weird. That suddenly these guys can take less damage? And not be two-shot. That's really weird. Oh, this is not going to be so good once we finally hit the boss. This boss is not going to be a fun boss. He has over double the amount of health that Garula had. And like I said, he has things that ignore defense, and he's also a very powerful, basically, mage. We need to be able to outlast him. There we go. Some more escapes, because I just don't want to deal with that. That encounter just seems pretty bad. Alright, is this the one? Yes. No. I mean, it's not. This is actually a pretty good way to go. This is the intended way to go. Because... yeah, that is the actual way to go. We will not worry about that. I want to say it's this one. Yes. Thief's Gloves. This is a very useful tool to have. As you can see here, all these useful things, plus increases your chances of stealing. If we had a thief, those would be amazing. However, since we only have currently no thief, I'm not going to leave them behind. So, yeah, just because we currently don't have a thief doesn't mean we don't want it. Gotta power up that chicken knife. That's what I was actually looking for, was the green beret. It's a jaunty hat that increases your strength and agility, decreases your defense, but makes you hit harder. Actually very good. Also theoretically makes you go a little bit faster. I think that's everything. Now, I can say this. Most of the dungeons in Final Fantasy V can go back to. Words. Not all of them, though. Ah, the Moonring Blade. We should be able to equip that. Yes. This is what's called a thief's weapon. Because like the flail and the whip, can be used from the back row at full strength. Which for thieves and ninjas, both of them, can equip that. Which proves that it was not just a Final Fantasy XIV idea to link the two together. There's a lot of gear in this game in most Final Fantasy games that are kind of linked like that. For thieves and ninjas. Both dexterity-based classes. That's probably the reason. Liquid Flame. Oh, that just looks so much smoother. No. Anything that involves crew dust, I want nothing to do with. Look at that. Full power from the back row. You can't ask for more than that. Ah, they have cast Halt on Barks. That's what Gamma Ray does. And a free elixir. Wait, the thief's gloves, you say? No, we want that magic defense. We need that magic defense, trust me. At this point, it is time. We've reached the actual engine room. And it looks it. Look at that beautiful, beautiful giant V-engine. You can see the pulleys. spinning off of these belts that are turning these cranks that are... can see them just infinitely in the background, just this engine just rumbling and doing things. It's beautiful. Well, what is the Queen doing here? It is time, folks, for Liquid Flame. He has 3 forms, 3,000 health shared between him. The human form has an attack that... yes, that attack, which hurts. Oh, right, that counters physical, doesn't it? And magnet, which can... oh no. He has counterattacks. He's got a lot of counterattacks. Ow, ow, ow. And can heal himself. Right. Fortunately, he can indeed run out of magic doing this. Which is not a problem. We should let him run out of magic. I'm going to just let him run out of there we go. He's currently out of MP. This form is. Okay, you get back in your row. Please change form. Okay. That is fine. He's restored his MP, because that form had more MP. Than the previous form. Now I don't know if that's a shared MP or not. Or at least something you can do for him. Dang nabbit. Okay. Back to the passive form. I don't think I have the potions for this. Can I snap a rod? Huh. Yep, that was expected. This is a problem. Okay, he physically cannot harm us. Okay. Physically cannot harm us. Physically cannot harm us. Okay. Yep. Cannot physically harm us. Can paralyze us. Okay. Lena has now been unparalyzed. Good. Just in case. Now I do not know what he's gonna switch to. Ah, shit. Well, this was a good trial run. Oh no. Oh no. Well, there goes that strategy out the window. In the Pixel Remaster, Liquid Flame regenerates his MP upon switching. You cannot... you cannot. We absolutely cannot run him out of MP. Alrighty then. Level 14 is going to not be a high enough level for this. This is just not going to be high enough level. Because this is basically turning into a beserker run. Unless, and we're going to try this, can I snap a rod? Yes. I can indeed snap rods. That is going to be the only way we're going to survive this. We need rods, and we need to snap them. It is time to go do a little bit of grinding for money, maybe. Because we need rods, and we need lots of rods. It is time to become wizards. It is time to become wizards and learn how to snap a rod in half. Because this is going to be the last time we're going to be able to do that. Because I don't think geomancers can do that. It is going to be time to grab some rods. I forget if geomancers can or not snap rods. Desert World 2. How do I even get out of here? I've already forgotten how to get out of here. I have seriously forgotten how to get out of here. But we do need to get out. Oh well. A couple more levels, it's not gonna hurt. There we go. I knew there was a way. Anything involving 2 crew dust that has a 3rd enemy there, we're just not gonna deal with. That's just no. That's just the fight we do not want at this time. We just do not want at this time. $5,000. We can get a few rods for that. Yeah, that's actually a pretty straightforward shot. No to the 4 crew dust. There we go. 8 out of 9. I'm missing a chest in here? What chest am I missing? I don't know what chest I'm missing. Alright, it is time. Frost rods. Give me 6 of them. So the rest of the money's gotta go to potions. You saw how rapidly we ran through potions. Good lord. Imagine if we didn't have the potion budget. $51. Might as well rest. Impressive magic stat. Whips, hammers. Ooh, I'm not looking forward to that. But we're at least 2 bosses. No, we're several bosses away from Sandworm, I think. Several bosses away from Sandworm. Yeah, I think we're gonna get 1 more level, just to be level 15. The wiki I'm using does not tell me two rods should be enough. That is what they're claiming. They are claiming 2 rods is going to be enough to kill Liquid Flame. Almost to that next level. Haha, 1 HP. Alright, 2 rods should kill him down. We'll see about that. Forgot freelancers can snap rods because of course they can. Freelancers can do everything. Well, this is gonna be the last time on Freelancer because at the very least we will have Geo. At the very least, we will have Geomancer. Yeah, now we're getting into the thousands of MP. We're clearly at the next tier of levels. The game's kind of nudging you like, hey, you might want to move on to the next location. Which makes sense. I mean, we could always quadruple the EXP if we really wanted to. Here we go again. Liquid Flame. Attempt number 2. Attempt number 2. Here we go. Save. Ay, 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 ay. Oi. I need to pull out an energy drink. I mean, they're still giving decent XP, so... Not like they're completely useless. And everyone ready for the Karnak 500! We're gonna be doing the Karnak 500 next. Alright. Green Karnak has been possessed. Ay. Okay, first one. Frost Rod. What are you going to do next? Blaze. Kill Galuf. That's fine. Dead. I did not remember that freelancer could rod break. That made that significantly easier. Oh, thank God. We unlocked a job that's somewhat useful. The run is not in complete shambles yet. But we can't use it yet. We cannot use it yet. Ah, yes. This werewolf also recognizes Galuf. What's this random Karnak soldier doing? Ah, the soldier has been possessed as well. The switch is busted. Oh no, the poor wolf. We must save the Earth Crystal, which no one knows where it is. And who's ready for the Karnak 500? And this crystal just shatters. We don't even get the job shard, the crystal shards right away. No. We have the Karnak 500. Is everyone ready for the Karnak 500? I know I am not. The flames that have blocked our progress. They've stopped. Castle's gonna explode. Welcome to the Karnak 500. 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes. Like an actual 10 minutes. Alright. This place has now been infested by monsters. Every chest is now available. Some are guarded by monsters. Some contain useful things. Some contain monsters, like this Gigas, who has to die very quickly. Shit. I did not want to do that. Free elixir, though? Cannot complain. Hopefully you remembered where all those chests were. Ether. A ribbon. The ribbon is very important, and it's actually one of the few things you actually are guaranteed to need. Come on, let us go. That sergeant is going to be on our tail a lot. Unfortunately, it's going to be a common encounter. Come on. Shuriken, not really that good. Come on. I really don't want to bring it, Mr. Sergeant, sir. I don't believe there's anything on this floor. No. Come on. Come on. The sergeant, he just flees every time. Grabs a new set of dogs. Oh, unfortunately, time pauses in menu space. Okay, we need to get nothing in there. We need to get both towers. That's the main thing, is I need to get both towers. I need to get both towers and the Asuna chest. Unfortunately, killing the sergeant does not matter. They will be back. Tower first. So we need what's in the towers. That's more important. What's in the tower is more important. Okay, we're gonna spoil what's in the towers here. We have the main Gosh and another Elven Cape. The Elven Cape is so good, you want as many of them as you can get a hold of. And the main Gosh is a dagger that functions as basically the Elven Mantle. It sometimes just blocks attacks. It is like, and that so you get, at that point you get 3 separate rolls of like 25%, 15 to 25%. And so it's like, it's stupidly powerful. You're not nigh unkillable, but you are taking so little damage. It's actually very stupid. There it is. The second Elven Mantle. That is going immediately onto you and almost never coming off. Let's do a quick save. We've got 7 minutes left. Because the sergeant keeps showing up. I know there's more enemies in here than just the sergeant. That's what keeps showing up. Almost halfway through the time. Oh. We still have plenty of frost rods. Because this is a dungeon that you cannot come back to. Once this goes, these chests are gone. Like I said, there's 2 you really want, and that's these 2. Possibly a third for Free Asuna, which is like a 3,000 gil. It's like a 3,000 gil spell. Let's just get rid of you. Everyone gets... There it is. Main Gosh. That is going on Bart's. Knife that sometimes blocks attacks. This is going to be useful for a huge portion of the game. Like, it's even if it's not useful as a weapon, as a parrying dagger. That's what the main Gosh was designed to do. And the actual main Gosh. It is such a useful weapon to have. Okay. And I knew there was 2 more down here. How many more frost rods do I have? A few. Getting an elixir. Just another guy, I guess. That is actually that's a really strong dagger. Let's not lie. Okay, we're currently at 5 minutes. That's plenty of time. Elixirs, we've gotten all the elixirs. There should be 2 left. Yes, 15. There are 2 left. There are exactly 2 left. There are these 2 here. This is the other one. This one's contains a Gygus. Arts is dead. That one contained a lightning scroll. That was not what we wanted. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, there we we just saw the Mangosh parry. It parries physical attacks beautifully. It really does. There it is. Ryasuna. Now we potion up. And we quick save. Karnak Castle. Because who's ready for another boss? I'm hoping to snap rod him. But I really theoretically don't have to. Welcome to Iron Claw. This guy, he's no ordinary soldier. Yes, that's true. The famed bounty hunter, Iron Claw! Morphin time! He has 1,000 health and 900 health in his Iron Claw form, but he's got a significantly higher strength than he does in his Sergeant form. Theoretically, you could lose to this man. We're not going to. Now, one thing I've noticed about how the Pixel Remasters work versus, say, the GBA re-release or the old depreciated version, the game scripts happen immediately upon triggering. Which is something that the older versions didn't do. They had to have some processing time in there to do things. Beastmaster. Geomancer. And Ninja. I'm still not seeing an easy way to take on Shinryu. But regardless, we have finally unlocked our jobs. Geomancer, Dancer, and Red Mage. Because we are capable of using these jobs, we can no longer have a freelancer on the team. Straight up, cannot have. straight up cannot have Geomancer on the team. And Geomancer cannot, in fact, use rods. But Red Mage can. Red Mage can, and Red Mage will. Red Mage can, and Red Mage will, in fact, hold those Elven Mantles. But now we don't have any useful equipment. Like, hands up, we don't have any equipment. Like, for any of us. So? Ah, here we go. We no longer need the Mithril Armor, the Mithril Helm, the Mithril Swords, oh, the Mithril Shields. We'll hold on to the Moon Ring, Boomerang, Flame Bow, probably not gonna need. The tonics we don't need, the Lightning Scroll we don't need. We're going to want the rods, because we can now snap rods, which is very good. I thought Geomancer could equip whips. Really? They cannot equip whips. Beastmaster is whips. Well, they're a bell. They are a bell. They are a bell class. So we just lost all that free physical evasion. Which is fine. But we are going to need some more frost rods, a lot of thunder rods. I don't think we're going to need any flame rods. We are going to need flame rods. We are going to need flame rods. So we do not need whips. Flails. We can come back for flails if we need them. Specs are good to have. Thief gloves. It's good to hold on to. Oh, shuriken. Can anyone equip a ribbon? No one can equip ribbons currently. No, you get your Elven Mantle equipped. Except you get to have your Elven Mantle equipped. There we go. Everyone is as fully equipped as they can be. And the one chest and the one hidden item in Karnak can now be gotten. All the way up here, all the way up on the wall. Free flame rod. I know exactly what those 3 items I'm missing in Castle Waltzes. I'm not at all concerned about that. Now we do have a lot more MP than we did before. Hey, Chancellor. But we have a lot of spells we need to afford now that we have got red mages. Theoretically, we can cast spells, we can cast heals. We can cast damage. There's a lot of things we can afford. We can sleep things. We can poison things. We can sleep, we can poison, we can do all sorts of things. Red Mage opens up a lot of possibilities. Not nearly as much as, say, a Black Mage or a White Mage. But it does open up a lot of possibilities. I think bells can attack from back row. It does not say. Weird. I thought it would. That just seems very weird. At least we can finally use that MP to use. Put that MP to use. Buy all the spells. Unfortunately, that would require us also going back and getting all the useless spells early. All the useless early spells. But... oh well. Right, the AP. It's very slow building. Realistically, Geomancer has never been a great in most games it's been introduced in. It just isn't. In 11, there are multiple things about Geo in that game that just make me go, why? At least we can protect and silence now against enemies, which is actually useful against some bosses. But in 11, most of their spells are... I don't want to say derivative, but they kind of are. Yeah, they're not the greatest spells in the world in 11. Plus, you have to unlock them in some very unusual ways. But 11 was designed strictly around grinding. So you cannot argue that they didn't fulfill the goal they wanted. Of ensuring that people have something to do for long amounts of time. Realistically, 11 is an engagement, is as modern a game as possible with trying to keep your engagement metrics up. There we go, we should have enough. There we go. We are now out of money. Perfect. But we have all the magic we need. Including spell blades. If we were using Mystic Knight, we would have access to all of these. We do not, however. We are missing a level 2 black magic, though. What are we missing? Weird. Very weird. Weird. Well, this is our party now. 3 red mages and a pajama wearer. Which hasn't changed much offensively. The big thing that's changed is defensively we are significantly weaker. Magically we're more well off. Defensively, magic-wise. Offensively, we are quite powerful. Because we can snap rods. It's not often you get to freelance all the way up to fire. What's our level? Level 16. So we are outside of death range. Excellent. We are outside of death range. Mithril dragons, they just have a lot of health, and then they do that when they're at low health or no health. They try and buff up each other with their remaining health. But that's how that goes. That is how Final Fantasy V rolls. Oh, Earthquake went off. She cast Earthquake. Oh, that is just sad. Those things also give off a lot of AP. You might want to consider, you know, we might want to consider grinding a little bit off of those. Because 2 AP is pretty high for an AP return. Yes. Well, we're here anyway looking for Mid in the Library of Ancients. There's a heal right here. And there are 3 chests in the library. Books, when left alone, develop a kind of loneliness. Or so the excuse goes. That is why. Things are so weird here. And you fight the enemies. You fight the books. You fight page 64s, which cast death. Yes, the same ones you fight in the anti-tower. Page 128s, 32s, 128s, 256s. These are all multiples of 2. This is all counting in binary. And yes, these can go on for a long time. Now, that took a long time. Good lord. Now, we just gained red magic level 1. I believe they can instinctively use... Can they only use up to level 3 white magic? I don't think they can use Asuna, red mages. This bookshelf will not let us pass. That doesn't matter, because this bookshelf, these books, are flammable, like very flammable. And, oh, that's a weird graphical glitch. The shadow got drawn on top of him. Oh, that's weird. That was just weird. Why would it do that? That was weird. We still want to stay under a level 5 deathable thing. In this book is Ifrit, or as I've always pronounced him, Ifrit. You'll have to forgive my whiteness. This is the boss. We are going to tease with a frost rod or two. He has 3,000 HP. And we are just going to straight up kill him. Once you reach a certain threshold, he will stop the fight. If you try and physically fight Ifrit, he will prove to be very potent and very annoying. Because here's the thing about the bosses in this game. They give off decent amounts of AP. We have gotten a third, almost halfway through World 1 before being able to even bothering with the important ABP system, ability point system. And yes, we now have Ifrit. What are we gonna do? Well, I'm going to do something silly. After this next boss, oh, this next boss, he has some stupid vulnerabilities. Like, this next boss, he's weak to holy. And there is one source of holy you could get at this point, and it is a stupid way of doing it. Which is, you'd have to Beastmaster a squirrel and then release a squirrel. It is so dumb. Ninja suit. Now this is a very interesting, a very useful armor to have. It's not actually that interesting. Shit. Unfortunately, having red mages stand in the front row means they're gonna get hurt. Badly. And sadly, we have a lot of MP, so it's not like this is being a problem. We just need to make sure to not accidentally do something stupid. Like, get to level 20. That would be very bad. We can always toggle the XP gain off if we need to. Just set it on fire, why don't you, Lena? Well, we've almost reached the next boss. Now this is a book that's always going to attack, because this hides the save point. I don't know why they hid the save point like that. It's just really weird. Here we go. Who's ready for the next boss? I know I am. Save file 3. Now, meet Biblos. He has approximately 3,600 HP. At half health, he will protect. It's not going to matter. He is going to die. Now, there's been some speculation. Because of this script here and what pandas do. Some people think that a panda and Biblios got mixed up in the coding somewhere, and a panda was supposed to be here. Say those lines, and Biblios be where a panda is. It's hard to know. It is really hard to know. And this is Mid. This is Sid's grandson. And the entire reason we came to find Mid is Sid has fallen into a stupor. After all, his machine just destroyed the fire crystal. And he's depressed. So we need someone to shake him up, to get him out of his stupor. And who better than the grandson to do that? Or so the theory goes. Ignis Fatos. Yes, must burn the possessed books, but only the ones you know are possessed. Level 5 Death. If you can get that spell, a lot of enemies are actually very weak against it. It's actually quite a potent spell. I mean, like, stupidly potent. There's a reason you want to skirt the edge of that desert. That desert is where the Dorm Chimera exists at. And that thing will straight up murder you. Although you do want to go there if you're like Blue Mage, because the Chimera. It's one of the few sources of water in the game, which is an element in the game. Which, that's... The number of things that are weak to water are pretty interesting. But also, it's like, you don't get much water availability in the game at all. Anyway, we're going back to Karnak because I want to kill Shiva. Because I can. I'm just gonna snap a rod and be done. Just snap a rod and let her be dead. Zoom. Boom. Zoom and boom. Can we? Wait. There's something I've forgotten about. You can equip staffs. Can we? I believe we can. Yes! I forgot about this earlier. We can go to Tycoon Castle because while Hiryu cannot fly over mountains, he can fly over meteors. We can visit Castle Typhoon, home of Lena. The Chancellor wishes to speak with us. And here we can learn some very important things about, well, possibly Lena as well. Well, Ferris as well. Yes, the King of Typhoon seems to still be alive. The Chancellor will hold things together. That is his job. Everyone gets to stay the night. Ferris is the actual heir of Castle Typhoon. Lost to time. She just refuses to admit it. She's been a buccaneer, a pirate her whole life. But that's fine. We can learn about the story of what exactly happened to Ferris in here. If there are people around at the time. Yes, he did have something for Lena. Yes, the Windraker's alive. That's how I got over here. First, we need to go over to the king side. To talk to you. Princess Sarasa. Sailing with her father. Hit with a storm and thrown overboard. Picked up by a bunch of pirates and then raised to be a pirate. That is Ferris. Now, I think the original translations that I was reading when I played this game, it didn't specifically mention sailing. So I think it was more, I assumed she was flying on the dragon, and she just fell off. Honestly, sailing is probably a better and more likely option, because otherwise that would mean she fell from a great height, and oh god. Chances of surviving that is just, it's not good. But despite all these wonderful items we've been getting, that's not what we're here for. We're here for a very specific item, the Heal Staff. Which, if you know anything about your Final Fantasies, it's the staff you hit people with and make them feel better. It's not quite the equivalent of Kiraga, but it is actually quite a useful thing to have in hand. But it did say there were 5 chests we could get. They're all back here in the family vault. There we go, the healing staff. Shuriken, that free diamond bell, and a ninja katana. It's a shame we don't need most of that. Nah, yeah, we might want items on first. Where's the 2 chests I'm missing? That is a good question. I didn't think I was missing any chests. Oh, yes. Over there. Over here. In the Eastern Tower. I forget about these 2 in them. Every time. Free cottages. Nothing to sneeze at. And now we go to kill Shiva. And then we'll continue the story a little bit. See if we can't get up to... If we can get up to Soul Cannon, that would not be bad. Because that would give me everything except... everything up to basically Earth Crystal. And we've got Rod Snappers, so it's not like Soul Cannon's gonna be terrible. So we might be able to get up through Soul Cannon if we're good. If we can get up through Soul Cannon and Soul Cannon doesn't prove to be problematic. Then we will be going pretty good. There you are, Shiva. And Elf Toads. Hello, Shiva. That flame rod should just melt them. Shiva had 1500 HP. At the time, quite potent. If you do not get Shiva before the end of World 1, she will be gone forever, and so this is a completely missable summon, as well as completely missable boss. I really don't want to worry about Castle Wall, the 3 remaining things in there. $3,000 HP shared. Okay, the next boss, Sandworm. I have 3 Frost, 3 that. No one who can currently equip Ribbon. Hopefully we can get someone who can equip a ribbon. Because ribbons are just so useful endgame. Wait, we do. We've got Dancer. We've got at least one ribbon wearer. I forgot about... Right, dancer wears ribbon. Dancer wears ribbon. Dude. I am dumb sometimes. Ray Claw, weak to lightning. Ice. Soul Cannon. Just loading up the bosses in order. If we can get through all of them. Good Lord. I swore that thing rotated its thing. I could be wrong. I apparently am wrong. We don't have a nice way to handle that enemy. There we go. There's the auto attacks. Set up. Got 8,000, 8,500. This next boss is going to be a bit of a pain if done incorrectly. There's also no nice way to really do him. I mean, theoretically we could. We have the spell capability to do it. But I want more rods. Turtle shell, ring scroll, iron raft. We currently do not need another diamond bell, or shurikens, or this spare silver plate. Let's top up our rods to almost 10 apiece, just in case we have a reason to do a lot of smacking with rods. Right, we need to progress the actual plot involving Sid and Mid. Right, they're not in here. The Queen's in here. Sid's all the way over here. In the upstairs. And somehow, we beat Mid here. And now the big revelation. Remember to hydrate. Yes, you do need the firepower chip. Now they know exactly what they're gonna do. They have received knowledge from the ancient book, from the ancient library, telling them exactly what to do. Mid. Like any genius, they're a bit overkill and a little much. Gelif has remembered something. Something about Mid has jogged his memory. Kryl. Much like young Mid here. Decided to try and physically restrain their grandfather. He called them old fools. And then it all comes back. Galuf Valdesian is not of this world. He came here on that first meteorite because 30 years ago they sealed an evil away on this planet, and that was the Dark Warlock X-Death. This was the location where the crystal's powers converged. This was the spot to do it. Right where 4 meteors, or 4 large rocks, but the crystals have broken since then. And the seal is nearly broken. Poor Galuf. Ah, these two. These two geniuses have successfully modified the ship. The boat that will sail without any wind. We now have a boat that could take us many places. Realistically, though, there's only one place we have to go. We now have a boat. Wow, that graphic. Ooh. Now, we can go places, do things, do many things. And now things are gonna start hitting very hard. For example, the Sahagin, as we saw, they hit for quite a bit of damage. I do not know what Whirlpool does. The Gaia command does a variety of things, some of which are more useful than others. I'm gonna guess that probably brought that Sahagin down to 1 HP. So similar to Carlobos's. Oh, it's not he that has Tail Screw, but that class of enemy. Their Tail Screw. There is a cave we could explore. Really no reason to right now. And Bio Soldiers. These sons of guns drop. No, not these guys. These guys don't cast that. These guys cast Bio. Which just about killed us, by the way. That just about killed us. Those types of guys are the ones we kind of need to grind off of a little if we want Death Sickles. It's not them in particular that give out the Death Sickles. But this is a long-lost town. Literally no one ever comes here. But this is where you can get Green Berets and ninja suits and... you know, things like that. Like actually useful pieces of gear. It's not a great money grinding spot. Ogre Killer's Coral Swords, which are lightning swords. These are good to have later down the road, maybe. But most importantly are these Mage Mashers. Do you see what that knife does? That silences enemies. We want that on as many characters as possible, because the more things that cannot cast magic, the better. Also, and that just has a variety of purposes. Hands down, that's just really good. And over here in Jakul. Something underneath Crescent Island. Descended from the ancient Rankins. This is not the first time we'll hear from ancient Ranka. If you're at all familiar with Final Fantasy XIV, that is the name they chose to name the the ancient civilization on the Norvrant in the Rectica Greatwood was Ranka, based off of these people, based off of this Ranka, and that is very cool. Oh, that'll do really good. We're sorry, Ferris, that you died. You really shouldn't have. We are going to try and explore this cave. Now, these nutkins are literally just basic squirrels. These things are from the literal beginning of the game. But in and amongst these nutkin, are we gonna even see the Skull Eaters? Please tell me we're gonna see Skull Eaters. Come on. Show me a Skull Eater. I mean, I really don't want to see them. But I kinda do want to see them. Come on, show me a Skull Eater. We've not seen a Skull Eater yet. This has been exceptionally generous. This game has been exceptionally generous with not showing us Skull Eaters. Now, up there is the item we really want. Now, we cannot... We can get to it. I believe that's a Blitz Whip. We've not been shown a single Skull Eater. That is very weird. Yes, the Blitz Whip. Which, as a whip goes, is actually pretty cool. Because that's a lightning whip. If we had a Beastmaster, or we're still running Freelancers, that would be an amazing find. Unfortunately, we are not running either of those. My body is starting to say, this is a... Oh, shit, there he is. Skull Eater! Skull Eater just eats your skull. There is nothing else Skull Eater does. Skull Eater just eats your skull. He gives off a ton of AP. I think it's either 5 or 10. If you can kill him. But he has massive evade and defense. So it's not surprising that you would not kill him. Like ever. Now, you could have not gotten to that cave, accessed that cave, and fought in that cave. For multiple reasons. And if you hadn't, that Blitz Whip will get taken by an NPC. Meaning it will no longer be available. Which is kind of important. I mean, not really important. Like, we're probably not going to use them ever. But still, having access to those is kind of good. Pardon me. I just had to unplug my wireless mouse so that it would stop charging. Seabird. One thing having the coral swords here would be helpful with is like fighting the Sahagin in this auto combat. Kind of interesting. More lightning scrolls. This is Crescent Island. You can tell because it's shaped like a crescent. Those guys up there with the sickles, the harvesters, those are the thing. It's the Black Chocobo Forest. This is a kind of a special forest. The ship somehow got pulled. Oh, that is a much better animation than what it used to be. It used to just park the ship right out at the tip. It's like, here's where you parked, and it gets sucked down. It's like, but no, that's not how that worked. That's not where I left it. A minstrel's home, eh? And the bard teaches us a song. Mighty March. While this is being sung, your speed stat will be increased. Until you stop singing, at which point it remains permanently boosted. Which for long fights, if you have a bard, Mighty March is always a good one to have on. Piano skills are continuing to grow. What do we have out here in the old granny's hut? Just a black magic shop. You know, just old granny out selling magic. Some of the stuff I'm holding on to just because it might be useful in the future. Now, one thing they fortunately realized from Final Fantasy 4 to 5, just give us elemental bows, don't make us buy individual elemental arrows. That's just annoying. Like, really, there's no reason to do that. Anyway, we've got Black Chocobo to chase down, and we know where his forest is. Yeah, we just got the boat and we lost it, so... This game churns you through your transportation systems so quickly. That Chocobo is distinctly black. Normal black chocobo, in the original, was very purple. And also, that chocobo was not running like it did in the original. I mean, it was zooming. It was an actual effort to deal with that chocobo in the original. Yeah, the explosion at Karnak was so hard, so heavy, and so powerful. It threw 2 shards not even halfway, 3/4 of the way across the world, so you could get Ranger and Bard. And now we have another bird. Another air transportation, but this one can go over normal mountains. And has to land in forests. So it is kind of limited. But there's plenty of places we can go that we haven't been able to before. Now, Chocobo cannot cross these mountains, these white-tipped mountains. It's got a very Jamaican feel, this does. Oh, we did not go here. We did not go back and explore. We did not grab Boko. We should do that. Hello, Garula. Good, friendly, forever alone Garula. We need to go talk to Boko. Just so we can get a little bit more interesting story about poor Boko. Because he stayed at the mouth of the cave here. Or supposedly. No, he didn't. He tried to go on after us. At the very least, even these early battles will still give us an AP. And a little AP never hurt. Considering most battles don't give out more than 2 or 3, every little one helps. Well, we could be running from them, to be perfectly honest. No, I'm amazed at the number of small touches they put into this game. That just made it a very effective and very interesting experience. 3 potions. The Qin bird to bed. Okay, that's a World 3 thing. Pirate's Hideout, Ether, Tent. 300 gil. Whoopsie daisy, 300 gil. Come on. Thank you, pirate. Poor Boko. Somehow he got hurt. Dumb bird. And that's a pirate who is very conflicted. That poor pirate thinks he's in love with a man. Sadly, he is very wrong about that, and he would be relieved, more than likely. Or maybe he's come to the conclusion that... Or maybe not. Maybe he'd be absolutely horrified. I cannot say. What I can say is, when this was written, more than likely it was meant to be interpreted as if only he knew, he would be so relieved. In the more modern context, it might be like a, oh god, he's come... He could actually be very horrified. Because he may have worked himself up into, okay. The captain I like. Captain's a man. I am male. This is who I am. And could be absolutely horrified to learn that the captain is actually a woman. I mean, granted, Ferris is supposedly very... I don't know... somewhat androgynous in that aspect. At least officially. Dragon goes here, and now on bird we go. Because north of the Wind Shrine, we have this little town surrounded by forest. This little town is Bart's hometown. The town of Licks. The town where Bart grew up. The only spot in the game where there is a grave. For his mother, Stella. Someone moved in to Bart's house while he was gone. I mean, he left. He went traveling with Boko. You know, he has no right to claim this house. Dorgan. The spasms aren't as frequent anymore. Dorgan. That was a bigger reveal on the Game Boy. Because you did not see, because you only saw about this much of the screen. You didn't see her over here. It literally panned over. So Dorgan could talk to Bart. And then it panned over. And Stella had fallen. You didn't know when it happened. And a confusing melody for bards. There's a lot of small little cutscenes you can get from talking to people. You can learn about how Bart's why he is a little bit of the way he is. Why does he want to help everybody? This is also the ninja village. Because I believe Dorgan was a ninja. Yes, this is the ninja village. So yes, Bartz is from the ninja village, but he didn't pick up any of their capabilities. Ah, this is a unique sprite. This is the one that talks to you, tells you about the time he got stuck up, Bartz got stuck up on the roof over here playing hide and seek. Because everyone forgot about him. And here's where you could buy Asuna. In Bartz's town. And only Bartz's town. In the town of Licks. And here's where the most important cutscene happens. Back at the grave. Here lies Stella. Born right here in this village. Mom passed away while I was still young. After that, he traveled with Dad. 3 years ago, Dorgan fell sick and died. These little scenes are beautifully out of the way, and you don't need to see them. In fact, in an average playthrough, you'd have no reason to come to Licks whatsoever, unless you were looking for Asuna. Which you could have gotten, and we did get, at Karnak. It's Tori Falls. Ramu. We will leave Ramu alone. He exists in those woods. He will not be fought. Welcome to Istori. Shepherd. Laps around the flower bed, you say. Frogs out when it's still warm, you say. Frog. Or should we say more appropriately, Toad. With many of the early game bosses, here's the thing, are actually weak to Toad. You could Toad them. How? No idea. Because you cannot get the Toad spell before now. Istori is the place where you can get these. Negates, absorbs fire, negates ice. Absorbs water, negates fire. Useful for fighting Shinryu, because he uses water. Resisting aging and zombification. Kind of useless. But those rings are very useful to have. But as you saw, they're super expensive at 50,000. There's no chests, but there are items. As you saw, we got Toad for free. Ah, yes, gravity magic. Time magic. I believe Toad is the missing slot in the black magic, yes. I forget what goes in the white mage slot, but it's not something useful. There he is. The person who tells you about good old Ramu. This sheep is the angry one. So you just decide to poke a sheep, and he kicks you out of the arena. And then Romeo's Ballad, the charming spell. Treasure hidden behind the waterfall, and the old man is not wrong. However, we have no way to get to the waterfall. Look at this desert. Just past the Library of the Ancients, there's this desert. Look at it. It moves. Look at that pyramid. It exists. And look at this. A small town we have got no way to get to even look at because there's no forests. Bird must land in the forest. Which means bird must go through, which means we must walk through desert. So much birding to do. But Sid and Mid, they have a plan. Because they've been looking for the King of Tycoon. Spotted in Karnak. And entering the desert of the shifting sands. Yamid is the town of ruin. Floating in midair. Let's heal up. And I think we're gonna take a real short intermission here. Because as far as I want to go for quite a while longer, but we need a quick break. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Till then, well, then we'll be back. Okay, we are back a little early, but just a little bit. Had to do some... Oh god, I've been muted this whole time. Gah. My bad. My bad. Anyway, I was just going over Soul Cannon. 22,000 health, 22.5. Script goes off instantly. The launchers do some nasty things if you're forced to let them go off. God, we were muted for almost an hour. That was dumb. That was very dumb of me. My apologies. I'll have to work on that for next time. But anyway, all the bosses have been pretty simple, straightforward so far. You've seen how they've done. So, Soul Cannon is often a problem boss, because you have to be able to survive Wave Cannon. I think it's Wave Cannon. Yes, Wave Cannon. And that is just a very powerful hit everybody spell. You do get multiple turns to set it up, but it's often very complicated. We are now backing off, because we are almost out of Thunder Rods. We are almost out of Thunder Rods. Okay. Just looking at the next boss, trying to figure out how we're gonna work him. Honestly, this rod breaking is proving to be very powerful, as they always do. Could be slowed, can be slowed. We need some more Thunder Rods. Dark Matter, we're also going to hold on to that, because that's actually also potentially useful. We have one boss between us and the Earth job. We're almost there. We've almost made it. at 6 hours into the game. 5.5. Just compare where we're at 5.5 hours compared to my previous pre-Fiesta run. At 5 hours, we were at Sandworm, and we were significantly stronger leveled, because that is just what Berserker does. Berserker and Monk. Just not being able to snap rods can slow you down like that massively. Okay. Into the fortress we go. Welcome to the Ronkin Ruins. We are here to fight. These guys kind of hurt a little. Kind of. Look at that experience. We are definitely on level. Wind slash. Fortunately, we have all the magic in the world with which to heal. We do. So it's not like these raw mages are going to cause us problems. You can see the secret paths when you're on them. Golden armor, which is armor we cannot equip, I believe. It has lightning resistance, I believe. As typical of most, yes. No, it doesn't say that. Well, it does have lightning resist, because that's standard for gold armor. Here we go. Now. Does it not tell you what the job... No, it does not tell you what the, Huh. Some of the other games would actually tell you exactly what the job would learn. Ah, yes, the enchanted fans. These things are from... You got silenced, bud. Almost got double silenced. Oh, Wind Slash, that is a problem. That is a problem. Because these things cast, Oh, God. They can heal. That apparently is not a spell? How is that not a spell? How was that not a spell? Apparently that was not a spell. They absorb wind. Kind of makes them annoying. There you go. Thank you, Lena. But it does prevent them from using White Wind, I think. That might actually mean Lena could be, in fact, useful at the end. At the end boss, maybe. There we go. That could prevent him from healing. No, it did not. Oh, that is just awkward. That must not be a spell then. That must be something else. What does Red Mage learn? These are things I need to know. Red Mage. Well, Geo Red Mage. That's it. Red Mage will learn. Oh, right! Red Mage learns dual cast. That is the usefulness of Red Mage's dual cast. But as you can see, it's like 99. It is... It is very powerful. Oh, Light Step is going to be very useful on Geo. But we'll worry about that later. I was just looking over what the abilities did. That Wind Slash is going to cause a problem. If it already doesn't. There we go. Might as well kill these fans. Ow. We need the AVP. Because I think Lena's almost at... Yeah, she's almost maxed Geomancer. Geomancer has one of the lowest ability point caps. And it is occasionally useful. Am I going the right way? Yes, kill the fan first. Very important to kill the fan first. Oh great, charmed and toaded. Oh god, this is bad. Good thing Geo can still be useful. And look at that frog dance. Good thing we can toad. Because we cannot, in fact, Asuna. Yep, that's all we needed. If we don't encounter too many more of those fans, we'll be good. High potion. There are a lot of good items in here. Ideally, we want to get that Lamia silenced. There we go. She should not be able to charm. Yeah. There we go. That should do us pretty good. Ancient Sword, another moon ring. And this is what makes moon ring so good. If you've got Thief, you could have 2 thieves moon ringing. Look at that. Sometimes causes an enemy to age. If the enemy is weak to age, which some bosses are, you could drop their... You could theoretically drop their health, their strength to nothing. That's very few of them. Very few of them. And that's just strength. Which, to be honest, yeah, let's let Galf use it. I mean, we've got 2 Elven Mantles. It's not gonna do Lena any good. And she learned Find Pits. Lena is now mastered at Geomancy. Which means her abilities are now... She can use Gaia at any point, detect holes for finding holes, or avoiding holes with harmful effects. This is useful. Unfortunately, I now either have a choice of either sending someone else to be Geomancer, or trying our darndest to get that 999 as low as possible. Or waste the ABP. For one section of the fight, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I do not want to fight this particular engagement. Eight of 12 chests. That's fine. Hello, King Tycoon and Boss. Snurb. That is what, I believe will give us a... No? No, you will not. I was thinking that might have enabled us to, you know, not worry about that. But holes are holes, I suppose. A hole is a hole. I refuse to fight that fight. Cowardice strengthens me. Cowardice grows. We're almost there. We are going to heal and prepare for what is going to be one of the most awkward fights when we finally get there. I mean, it's not that it's a bad fight. Snurb. Snurb is actually quite an interesting fight. If you don't know what I mean by Snurb, he's a snake bird. Archoavius is his name. There's multiple chests I'm missing, though. Like, I'm missing 2 chests. I do not recall there being a Hydra. Okay, he's been silenced. That is very good. Wow, look at that experience. Anything with that enchanted fan, I just, no. The wind spell is just, it is too good to not use. Oh dear God. I didn't even know about this thing existing. Holy hell! I didn't even know that thing existed. Holy God. I mean, I'm missing two somewhere. I know that... I'm missing two chests somewhere. Murder Hydra. The levels are gonna just be necessary. Even with the rampant rod snapping we're doing, that is going to slow down dramatically once we get the fourth job. So we will only have one person being able to snap rods, period, at any given point. Right now we've just been really lucky to have 3 rod snappers. And that's really what's made this run so useful, is the fact that it is 3 rod snappers, not just 1. Alright, that's there. No, it's not over here. This is going to be a little bit. I think I know where I might have missed that. It's a maybe. Take the shortcut down. No. Just say no to the enchanted fans. No, this is the wrong direction. Fight the Archaeotoads. Yeah, these guys are not a problem. I believe they're up here. Yes, they are. I knew I missed them. It's no big deal. No big deal. No big deal! What commentary did you lose during the hour of silence power? Well, you missed me talking about, I think it was Crayclaw and Adamantoise and how they were relatively simple bosses. Adamantoise, with his huge defenses, took half damage from everything, of course, as you saw. Which makes him annoying if you don't have a way to pierce his defenses like snapping rods, like we did. And there's the golden shield. That is something we could, in fact, equip. And in fact are going to... No, we cannot equip shields. That is Knight, I believe, exclusive. Or as you could probably call him, this is Paladin. Knight, Paladin, same difference. Mystic Knight is not Dark Knight, although 3 would say differently. I was hoping Mystic Knight would not go amiss either. Ranger would actually be quite fun. Ranger would be very fun, in fact. No, Bard. Bard would give me a chance at Shinryu. We do not have a way of killing Omega. Let's just be honest, there is no Omega killing in this group. We just do not have the capability of stopping him. So Shinryu is a possibility. He's not a great possibility, mind you. I hate those fans. I hate those fans. I really do. Wait, did I accidentally convert anyone into... Oh, good. I thought I might have converted someone into a Mystic Knight. Or Rune Fencer, or Rune Knight, or whatever you really could call them. There's a couple of names you could call them. That's all the chests. Good. Now we just gotta report back to our not safe zone. Our save point. And we'll be ready to try on this boss. Oh boy. If we had a way of dealing elements, which we do, up until the end. It's gonna be that last phase that's gonna be awkward, isn't it? Well, no. Then he becomes... Yes, he becomes very much killable. What magic do we even have at our capabilities? Silence? No. We do not have slow. Sleep? He's not sleepable. Not poisonable. Not toadable. Yeah, we would need... We would need some very specific things to be able to use any of these statuses on the boss. Like, slow would be a good one to be able to cast on him, but that's just straight up not happening. Yep, there we go. Continuing to... Okay, he can charm. That's gonna be a problem at that point. Because this boss... Arcoavius... Snurb... This is the Alpha Escape... Alpha Escape? Delta Escape. Entry boss for the 8-man raid series in Stormblood. In fact, a lot of them are Delta Escape is in fact from 5. In fact, the entire thing is that, or things from 5. So we'll see all of them. Hydra hurts, but just a little bit. Ow. That actually hurt quite a bit. He can't be silenced. I was hoping for a silence, maybe. Nope, no silence. No silence on Snurb. This is gonna be very useful. Gotta love it when they attack the one character you've got in the back row. Why? Did you think that was a good idea? You can't even damage them. Push the button again. Okay, silence the Hydra. That's probably not going to stop it from casting lightning. That's probably a creature move rather than a casted spell. Okay. 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 This is gonna be awkward. Who's ready? The damned Clapperclaw. Change its weakness at will. I don't believe it does that anymore. It may. It has 4 forms. It will start on Form 1. Each form has 1600 health except for the last one. The Thunder Rods should go first. Then Fire Rods. Wind damage. That should... Yep, that triggered that. Now we need... Throw some Frost Rods. We should be past those. Okay. We have not yet hit 5th phase. That should be into 5th phase. Yes. 5th phase time. He is now undead. 2,500 health. Immune to the elements. This is where my strategy could fall apart. And now we need to just deal physical damage to him. We're dealing not insignificant amount of damage. So far, we're doing pretty good. Ouch. He does have a cycle. We just want to make sure everyone's mostly topped off because we need to survive any number of given spells. Including the HP leak. Tusk is fortunately only charm. Okay, boy. Okay, everyone is mostly alive. Shoot. Eye drops. Where's the eye drops? That's, oh god, I may have just killed everyone. I think everyone will live, but this just made it a whole lot more complicated. Oh no, everyone is probably dead. Everyone may be dead, or maybe alive. I think everyone is, I think we're recovering. He's still tusking. There we go! Just needed one more stab! Okay. Arcoavius in his forms. The immunity, his weaknesses starts weak to wind, immune to earth, does not absorb anything in his first form. Second form, absorbs ice. No weaknesses at all in elements. Third form, immune to fire. Absorbs fire. Still no weaknesses. Fourth form, absorbs lightning. That last form, immune to fire, ice, lightning, and wind. All 5 forms are immune to earth because he's flying. He's always got float on him. Whew, he also has special attacks. First form introduces an HP leak, sap. Second form introduces poison. We avoided that. Third form introduces blind. Fourth form introduces a paralyze. And that fifth one, that move he did a lot. It's supposed to inflict charm. It didn't, thankfully. Technically, that's 5 enemies in one. Oh, that's technically 5 enemies in one. That was an annoying boss. And we used most of our thunder rods. We should not have any immediate use for more of them. Yeah, we should not need any more thunder rods for the time being. Well, we should pick them up anyway. So, yeah, that was fun. That was dangerous. That was a potentially dangerous fight. Yes, something is controlling him, in fact. You kinda need to snap him out of it. Otherwise, he's just going to do this. Well, do something. Hey, that fourth meteor! There were 4 of them. Guess what? This one was very well aimed. It hits the flying city. Hello, Cryle. Hello, Cryle. Galuf has fully regained all his memories now. Such an excitable little teenager. How badly did you think she damaged King Tycoon there? I think just enough to stun him. Just enough to knock the possession out. Uh-oh. The crystal stopped glowing while we were celebrating. The X-Death theme. Ooh, look at that void. Oh, that looks so good. Compared to what it used to be, that looks so good. He no longer needs to possess anyone. Say hello to X-Death. A being so powerful. Well. Yes. A being so powerful, he commands the crystals and the crystal shards to harm us. And they listen to him. Somehow he wields powerful magics. How King Tycoon does? No, I do not understand. But he will excise these shards for us. At what cost? Well, I'm fairly sure you know what this is gonna cost him. Well, that is an unusual set of jobs. It's not a bad set, but I don't see Shinryu capable. In fact, that is going to cause us a bit of a problem until we can unlock a certain thing. Because we rolled samurai. So the run officially is. The run is officially Geomancer, Dancer, Red Mage, Samurai. Meaning there really is only one possible reason to unlock dual cast altogether. And that would be for Red Mage. No one else can really use dual cast. Which is kind of a waste for having rolled Red Mage, let's be honest. Unfortunately, yes. He is gone. King Tycoon is gone. "30 years ago, he came here to destroy the crystals. The Dawn Warriors. And he's returned to Galif's homeworld and doomed this one. But instead they were cowards and created a jail, threw him in it, threw away the key. And away they go to their homeworld. We now have 3 people. So, because we are temporarily only have 3 people, we must use 3 out of the 4 jobs that have been assigned to us. Lena is a geomancer. There's no reason to keep her as a geomancer. Geomancer's been mastered. We could go samurai, which is always a good one to have. Throwing Gill, and might as well keep Gaia on her. And I told you keeping this Ashura was going to come in handy. Here's the thing that samurais are. They are a heavy weapons class, much like Knight. They use katanas, they can use shields. Did we not get all of our equipment back? We lost access to... Well, that's just awkward. We lost... They did not unequip? Oh, no, they did. No, they didn't unequip the Mage Masher. Yeah, we just straight up lost access to the items that were equipped on Galuf there. Well, that's just unfortunate. Anyway, with Ferris, we want to put Ferris or Bartz as Red Mage. So we're gonna want a Mage for snapping. Probably Bartz. Let's turn... No. Dancer. Who's got the best dancer gear? Oh, straight up, that's Bartz. Look at that popped collar. He will dance and cast. And he already has the optimum equipment. Who'd have thought that Red Mage and Dancer are the same? Honestly, it's like this some silly things we're gonna get up to. Because here's the thing: every one of these jobs can equip knives, and there's some good knives, or a good knife. And the Mage Mashers are just gonna be really good. So, where do we need to go? What do we need? Well, we've got 19,000 gold. We currently don't know what to do. The best thing to do is to, well, try and land. Because cutscene must happen first. He's our friend. No, they don't. Sid has probably come across something. Of course he has. Always consult, for lack of a better term, always consult your nerds when you're not sure what you're doing. Always consult the people you have no idea. We're going to want some rods. There we go, 10 rods apiece. Which means there's things in here we do not need. We will likely never... though that could come in handy. The Ancient Sword could come in handy. The Dark Bow, never gonna need. Moonring Blade, never gonna need. Blitz Whip, never gonna need. Shurikens, useless. Don't think we need this many silver armlets. I don't think that's good. Oh, that's a silence preventer. I didn't see that. That's actually good to have. We're not gonna need any of these tonics. We're not gonna need the shell or the dark matter. Who's missing their elven mantle? Bartz is. Put Lena back in the front row. And we're gonna make sure that everyone's all fully kitted out. Okay. Because there's 3 bosses between us and World 2, which is... That'll be a good spot to call it, I think. World 2. So let's do a quick check of first story. Story. I don't think there was anything. Yeah, there's just this man. Yeah. Useless man. Licks. We'll check Licks. On the bright side, we do not have to do any Crescent Island shenanigans. Grinding. Unfortunately, that also means the death move, the instant death, is not going to be happening. Well, let's just be honest, and that's the most unfortunate thing. Samurai. Okay, ninja gear, we do not need. Okay, ninja suits are the best they have. Okay, this is the store that you can get ethers at. Kind of useful to know if you need ethers. Licks is the place where you can get ethers. You know what? Let's trigger this cutscene. No. We don't need that cutscene. So... the Jakul. Jakul is, I think, the last place that may have useful gear for us. We cannot land directly on town. That would be silly. I don't think anyone has any katanas for us. Green beret. Clothes that prevent silence. That's just useful to have. And we've got the free green beret. Ah, yes, Bart's. He's equipped. See, he automatically equipped the ribbon because Dancer is one of those few classes that can equip ribbons. And in fact, that's their ultimate skill is to equip more ribbons. There's at least 2 more ribbons in the game. We're going to want to try and have one person be able to equip a ribbon. That's not Bart's. Ogre Killer, the Coral Sword. Okay, we could afford that. We do have extra Mage Mashers. Only 1 Ashura, that's fine. We're going to need 1 Coral Sword. That lightning damage could come in handy. It's not likely to. Let's just be honest. We're almost done for the day, though. We've got 3 bosses left. Let's say, I think the only other place that could have heavy armor would be over here. And I don't think they do. I think they just sell, yeah, plumed hats. Okay, the standard stuff so far. Alright, descend we go. Consult Sid and Mid. Always consult your nerds. Right, they are not inside the fire ship. Oh, if you noticed, our bird was gone. I don't know if you saw that, but our bird was gone. On the world map. That suggests they took him somewhere. Because I believe they did. Yes, they did. Yep, they've gone to the meteors. Which there are bosses to fight. Many of them, in fact. And lacking the spam of constant breaking of rods. Well, there's a few things we can do. Sort by weapons. And do we have a tent? We don't, we have cottages. Which fully restore HP and MP. There is a limit on tents. On how much those ones will restore. Alright. Are we ready? Tycoon Meteorite. How they landed the black chocobo here, I do not understand. But they did. Yes, it is. It is powering up the meteorites. And a brief explanation was held. So we need to go to all 4 meteorites. So to waltz next. One thing that's most interesting is that kind of popping that it does. That's actually a pretty cool effect. Waltz Tycoon, Waltz Meteorite next. This is where the first boss of this set is found. Okay. Okay, here we go. Parabolos. These things will revive each other, if not killed, at approximately the same time. Magic. And then, Xeniage. Each of them has 1500 health. Xeniage alone would have killed them. Other than that, they do have some pretty interesting weaknesses. You could in fact mute them. You could in fact berserk them, and that theoretically could... No, that would not have stopped the script from happening. They just needed to die altogether. Now, Xeniage is a very useful skill from Samurai. You saw that did 5,000 damage. Granted, that used up a lot of our money. Now, to the next meteorite. The Karnak one. So that first one went off without a hitch. And the Titan fight. I believe this is Titan. Yes. Welcome to Titan. He has 2,500 health. No weaknesses. However, he will cast Earthshaker upon death, which hurts really badly. And that's how you get Titan. He's one of the 2 required summons by the story. 1 of 2. That used up about 1,000 Zenny. Okay, this guy does not mess around. How many rods do we have? Still a pretty good amount of rods. Still pretty good on rods. Let us rest. And to the last meteorite. Over here, Bygone. Okay. Zenniage is powerful. Manticore. Manticore? Has 3,300 HP, absorbs ice. Can be aged. Zenniage is, however, really strong. Zenniage is amazingly strong. Ahaha, all at one location. One spot where they intersect. Just looking at the next boss. Because we have successfully made it to this point. However, Xeniage has depleted our Zeni fund, our Gil fund. We are going to do a little bit of Gil farm. Because we can. And this is just a really good Gil farming spot. We're gonna want, I don't know, 10,000. These guys are gonna die super fast, so it's not like they can't actually hurt us. But we did, in fact, get some levels. There we go. Everyone has leveled up. Yeah, these things can't even hurt us. Like, not even close. Yeah, we're gonna want at least 10 to 15,000, just in case we have to Xeniage something. Which that looks like, it looks like Xeniage uses about 1,000 gold, but it does, the damage does scale off of how much you have, or traditionally does. I actually don't know if it does that or not in this version of the game. Looks like it did. The one thing Samurai has over, like, Paladin or Knight is I believe they have an innately higher critical hitting chance. That's one thing that makes their swords and their job a lot more interesting than just being Eastern Knight. The higher crit chance plus Xeniage's obvious, potentially overpowered capabilities. Just potentially very good. In fact, Xeniage might be how we're gonna tackle the part of the endgame boss. If we can get enough Gil to be able to have it be useful. But that will require a lot of Gil. And that's many hours into the future. Like, if you think, I did mention that there were 3 worlds, but if you thought we're a third of the way through, you're very wrong. World 2 takes the longest number of dungeons. Has the longest number of dungeons. Although World 3 could be bad. World 3 can either be really long or really short, depending on what you need. And based on what we have, job-wise, we might not need a lot from World 3. I mean, we don't need any summons. We've got no reason to go to the trench. We did not unlock Mime, so literally no reason to go there. We don't need to unlock summons. We might want the magic lamp. So we're gonna want the katana, the knife, the assassin dagger, and what else are we maybe gonna need or want? We maybe want the bell? I don't think we want the sword. We're gonna need an Aegis shield, but we've only got one character that can use an Aegis shield. No, we're not gonna need the bell, because the bell's gonna be actually useless to us. Someone's gonna need the instant death knife, then the chicken knife is gonna go on the dancer. Yeah, chicken knife goes on the dancer. Who's gonna be trying to sword dance. So again, Samurai's going to be a heavy damage dealer, but Dancer's going to be the heavy dealer. Red Mage is just going to be along for the ride at this point. Red Mage has done their job. The worst a Red Mage is going to do for any of us the worst a Red Mage is going to do for us is occasionally be able to cast dual cast heals. But it's going to be 2 casts of Curas. Two casts of Curas, that's not that good. Basically, they could be a delivery for Assassin Knife. But Geomancer is also kind of a dead class. Geomancer's definitely kind of a dead class. The only thing Red Mage could be good for is Rod Snapping. And that's all they're going to be good for in World 2, really. Yeah, they're just going to be really good for attacking elementals by Rod Snapping. Which doesn't even scale off of your intelligence, so at some point that's going to just be worse than if you cast your spells normally, if you had a Black Mage. That's just how it is. Because you're not going to have the intelligence scaling. At least I don't think the intelligence scales. So while currently that's powerful, I mean, 1,000 damage is 1,000 damage, but how many rods can you carry? Okay, let's just get the last 5 AP needed. Now, the unfortunate thing of this little bit of a grind session is it's going to throw off the levels, because Galuf is not here. So if we gain levels, which we're slowly going to get towards that, he's going to fall a little bit out of sync. But everyone else is falling kind of out of sync, so that's not a huge deal. It's a good thing we didn't have to grind for death scythes, because if we did that now, if we had to grind for death scythes, because we rolled something that someone who uses axes, like Berserker. Well, I believe it's the only class that can use Berserker axes. Let's check. Yes, I believe they're the only ones who can use axes. Yes, they are. So if we'd rolled a Berserker, we would have had to go for at least one Death Scythe. Which isn't that much of a grind, but it is a relatively low percentage. It's like 1 in 32, or maybe it's 1 in 64. Not the worst percentage drop. And Xeniage has been learned. Michanuki. Ah, you can... Samurai get some interesting abilities, like ability to... This one here. You can paralyze. However, having Gaia is still kind of useful on Lana. And what was our number of? Okay. We're going to spend some time at the inn. And, I think I'm going to try and reunite all the characters before we call it. Because that happens pretty early. Yeah. Let's buy some tents. Sort by weapons. Yeah, I think we're good. To the center of the world. Or more appropriately, why has this suddenly changed shape? This never used to look like this. This looks like a bird. Why does it look like a bird? Here we are. All the power. No turning back. We're in it till the bitter end. Only so many rods left. And away we go. Unfortunately, we're not very good at aiming. And so here we are in World 2. Galuf's World. It doesn't even get a fancy name. It legitimately doesn't. It's just Galuf's World and a deserted island. You could wander around on this tiny island doing nothing. The enemies will drop tents. Use a tent. Welcome to the next boss. Abductor. He's also known as Abductor 1. This is not a fight you're supposed to win. But he only has 1,500 health. You theoretically could, in fact, kill him. I think I just did. Or just about did. I can charm him. He can kill himself. That was completely unexpected. Abductor has no stats abilities other than you can mute him, you can berserk him, you can charm him. You could poison him, zombie him, death him. There's no real point in fighting him. If you lose, the outcome is the same. Free ether. And all that does is gas you. So you get abducted anyway. Quite literally one of the very useless boss fight. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. The outcome's the same. The way the game uses its bosses to tell the story, it's funny. Directly face to face with X-Death. To the big bridge. The giant mirror. Yes, just a giant mirror. This is absolutely hilarious. I mean, look at the size of that mirror. It's magic. Just in the skies above. The pictures of our heroes. With X-Death in the background. Now, X-Death at this point would be a pretty powerful enemy for us to try and fight. Just is. And the first appearance in the game of Greg. Good old Greg. Fortunately, Galuf is a shrewd tactician. Ah, looks like Kryl also has a Windrake in this universe. So Galuf is gonna do a sneaking mission. There's one last little boss between us and reuniting. Because once we're reunited and on the outside, well, that's all that matters. Now, we are a single person. We could use any of the jobs we have unlocked. Now, it says we retrieved them all, but did we really? No. We are missing all their equipped items. This is one of the downsides of this version of the game, and I didn't know before, because I never got this far in this version, as you can tell by the achievements. In the other versions of the game, the Game Boy, I believe in the Game Boy Advance port, it unequips what you have on your other characters. We don't have that luxury. So unless you brought other equipment, there really isn't a point. We do not need to silence, so we are going to just straight up age some sons of guns with the ancient sword. There's one boss between us, and he's not even really that much of a boss. Well, possibly not that much of a boss. 7 hours into the stream. Tarantulas. We are not going to fight those one-on-one. Hello, Gilgamesh. Good old first fight of Greg. He has 11,500 HP. He is going to hurt you. A lot. However, at under... please give me enough time. And HP, I am dead. Well, that was unfortunate. This is why I saved before heading into this world. Because Greg was going to be a problem, and I suspected as much. If I need to switch jobs, I do not have the current equipment to do so. I should unequip Ferris, if needed. Okay, as long as he doesn't crit, we'll be good. Okay, we got unlucky with the 2 crits. He should leave now. Yes. You probably cannot kill him. Theoretically, maybe you could have in an older one if you, like, berserker him, because that would break his... possibly break his script. Berserking broke scripts a lot in some of the earlier versions. But that was Greg. The first introduction of Greg. And now the party is together, which means Galuf, unfortunately... Welcome to the pajama party. Welcome to the pajama party. You will not have missed it. He does not have a hat. So Bart's the dancer, Galuf the geomancer, Lena the samurai, and Ferris, who maybe by the time we reach the end of the game will have dual cast, but I would not count on it. On the bright side, almost everybody can have magic. Of a basic variety. Due to red magic and having lots of points in it. Lena's the only one who doesn't. Lena might be a candidate for switching into red mage. Maybe. Shell bear. This is a bear that starts with shell. He is slightly annoying. Only slightly, though. Yes, always want your dancer be dancing. Because we now have the full set of jobs unlocked, it is kind of cool, the things you can do. Sneak, 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 sneak. Sneak on your face. That itself is just brilliant. Everyone has been gathered. HP restored. Now we are in currently Castle Exdeath. This is a penultimate area, but there's no reason to go anywhere. We can just leave. And with that, folks, we completed World 1 of Final Fantasy V. I am going to link everyone. Yamaman. Yamaman Gaming. He's my FC leader, fellow streamer. He's streaming Final Fantasy VI. He just started. So, since we're wrapping up here, I'm gonna post a link right in the live chat to him. Try and redirect you all there. He's over on Twitch. So, head over there. He's very knowledgeable on Final Fantasy VI. Very knowledgeable. An interesting fella. You'll kind of like him. I know. I do. I hang out with him. Hang out with him online. We do a lot of things together. Good God, the amount of things we've done together. Just us in a group of 14. A group of 14 people. Final Fantasy 14 people. This is just who we are. Guess we're becoming streamers. Again. So the goal is this week. Try and get as much of this Fiesta done. I was wrong. Dawn Trail's not this weekend. It's next weekend. But the goal is to get this Fiesta done as fast as possible. Because I want to get back to Neo. So when Dawn Trail comes out, we'll start with the early access. We'll see. The next stream will be late Monday night. For 2-ish hours, starting at 2 a.m. So we're gonna try to go from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. As for Tuesday morning, there's other things that have propped up due to weather and things. We'll try and get an early Tuesday, longer stream in, but at the very least there will be a late Tuesday night stream from 12:30 to 4, and then an early Wednesday, etc. So it's going to be shorter streams than today. Today we went for like almost 8 hours, almost 7 3/4. We're not going to get nearly as much done, but these bosses are going to start folding. Samurai and Dancer are going to be our damage dealers. The other two are along for the ride. So, folks, this has been the 4-Job Fiesta. This is Stomping Llama. We'll see you next time.